Officers have built relationships over decades.
Ohio Republican Congressman Jim Jordan questioned Denver's Mayor Mike Johnston over the assault of an ICE agent outside the county jail by an illegal alien who was being transferred into ICE custody. Jordan noted ICE had asked for 48-hour notice if Denver planned to release this Venezuelan gang member, but they only got an hour's notice.
They had to tase the guy, didn't they?
I know that there were 6 officers that had multiple tasers. I saw the detention on video.
6 officers. If you keep him in the facility and they come in the facility and get him, does it take 6 officers? Probably takes 2, doesn't it?
Virginia Democratic Congressman Jerry Connolly said cities do work with federal immigration officials.
I would just argue that the premise of this hearing is false. We have local law enforcement cooperating with the local political leadership, and it's working. It's bringing down crime rates. And the proposition that immigrants cause crime is false.
But Alabama Republican Congressman Gary Palmer explained.
Every crime committed by someone in the United States illegally is a crime that would not have been committed. Lincoln Riley, Ruby Garcia, Rachel Morin, Joycelyn Nungaray, the woman set on fire in the New York subway.
While each mayor had some sort of estimate for the amount of city resources illegal immigration has cost them, Boston's Mayor Wu did not, insisting they don't ask their undocumented population for proof of immigration status, and so they have no way to track the amount of resources they're using on them.
When the migrant crisis blew up a little bit, people, colleagues of mine said, hey, we really need, a mature, experienced person. Are you available to help out?
John Featherstone's a former Massachusetts housing commissioner who recently helped run a hotel as a migrant shelter outside Boston. And just a warning to our listeners, some of what he shares with us is graphic and sensitive in nature.
And so I just eventually became the director up in Marlboro, and I'll just describe it as just pure chaos.
Yeah, but for those of us who don't know the Boston area, Marlboro is where?
It's a suburb about 25 miles west of Boston. It's in between Worcester and Boston. It's about halfway between Worcester and Boston.
So when you say chaos, what was it like? Tell us.
Well, when you first, when the boots got on the ground, and originally they were placed in the shelter that I was working in Marlboro was a Holiday Inn. It was a former Holiday Inn. And at the time, they still had, I'm doing like air quotes, regular customers, people who had reservations in advance. So the hotel was about 50% regular hotel customers and 50% migrant families coming in. And the migrant families came in, at first I want to say we got about 25 families right off the bat. And, it was a matter of just getting them signed up for social services, get them, signed up for EBT cards, social security numbers, get them on mass health, get their kids rolled in school, start talking about, a work permit process to help people get jobs. So at first, it was kind of orderly because you were only dealing with 25 families. But as the months went by, the Holiday Inn got out of being in the hotel business and became a full-time shelter. So at capacity, and even now, there's probably 550 plus people living in the hotel and providing 3 meals a day, providing all the transportation, working with UMass Memorial. They'll have a bus come and provide medical service right in the parking lot for a lot of the customers. The state did a really bad job in indoctrinating the migrants into, I have told the story a lot of times. I've actually reached out to the governor and said, hey, listen, let's set up a task force. Let's work with the local municipalities and come up with, let's have, the police come out one day and talk about, what's lawful in the United States. Then let's have the schools come out and talk about, what's going on. Then let's have DCF come out and talk about what's proper behavior with the children. None of those coordinations were done on the state level. So everything every day was a chaos mode. So one morning you might be looking for a parent because they left their kid alone in the lobby because they went back upstairs to take a nap. And you finally find the parent and say, listen, you can't leave your kid alone. Well, in our country, we can't. Well, you're not in your country anymore. You can't leave your kid unattended. Well, you're being mean or you're being a racist to me because you don't respect my culture. Well, it's not that I don't respect culture. It's like you can't do that in the United States. No, you're a bad man. Okay. So a lot of the staff would get, berated, would get harassed. So there was a lot of burnout from the staff level.
Can I just back up with you for 1 second? Did you say get them social security numbers?
Yep.
We're not supposed to do that, right?
A lot of the migrant families that we worked with, came under the Biden administration's asylum program. So all of the Haitian migrants that we were working with were granted asylum, a fast track to asylum processes. So one of the jobs of the caseworkers, and I wasn't a caseworker, I was the manager of, that managed the caseworkers, but was to get the clients signed up, get them to the Social Security office actually that we would work with was actually in Nashua, New Hampshire. And we would send them, the taxpayers would pay for an Uber ride, both ways to send the families up to Nashua, New Hampshire so they could get Social Security numbers and get their Social Security cards. So yes, they were. So
these were the migrants who were allowed in under these were people that came from Venezuela, Haiti, Nicaragua,
Guatemala.
And one other country I'm forgetting.
Guatemala.
Guatemala. What did you? So let's talk about this hearing because you had a very specific experience inside a migrant shelter that you've been talking about and that you want to reference.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a Department of Children and Families agent came to me one day. And in my mind, I thought I was meeting with the DCF agent because there was a teenage girl living in the shelter that we had found out was pregnant. And we assumed that she was pregnant by her boyfriend that she had living in the shelter, who the state had me move to another shelter because she was pregnant. Well, it turns out that she was texting with her boyfriend, saying to her boyfriend, "Don't worry, honey, you didn't get me pregnant. My father did. And don't worry, you didn't take my virginity. My father did." And so the DCF agent goes, "Can you go get somebody that can translate this?" Because it's all in Haitian Creole. So I go and get one of the caseworkers who's fluent in Haitian Creole, and he comes and says what I just said, that the text revealed that, she was texting with her boyfriend that her father got her pregnant. And so the DCF agent says, "Can you go get the girl?" And the DCF agent asked her, explain these texts. And the girl was embarrassed at first and, kind of denied it at first, but then eventually admitted that she had sex with her father multiple times on the way to America, and in fact, just that same day that we were interviewing her, that he had sex with her. So after acknowledging that, and the girl kind of understood what was going on, and the father did admit that he did have sex with his daughter and was actually quite proud of having sex with his daughter, because he actually has a wife living in another migrant shelter about 25 miles north of the shelter that he was living in, who he had just had another baby. So he was building this big family. And when the DCF agent asked him, you can't have sex with your daughter, he literally responded, "In our country, if a woman bleeds, you can have sex with her," meaning that if she had her period, you can have sex with her.
Right.
And the DCF agent and I both kind of looked at each other like, did he just say what we think he said? So she asked for clarity, and he did repeat it again. And in his mind, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. And so then the DCF agent then informed him that he was losing custody of his daughter. And then that's when he grabbed me and was swinging at me, and was getting very animated. He didn't hurt me at all or anything, but he started screaming at me in English that this was all of my fault. This was all of my fault because
wow.
As shelter director, he thought that this was something that I did. I didn't even know those texts existed until the DCF agent had told me about them.
Well, gosh, given everything you've witnessed and been through and seen,
that's not even the worst.
I
can tell you multiple stories.
What's worse than that?
There's another story where I had to evict a guy that was accused. You want to make sure that, accused of raping 2 teenage girls, that he would just go into their rooms in the middle of the night. And one incident is where he would go into a room and this young lady's little brother would be in the bed next to him, and he would just, have sex with her and continually do it time after time. And once again, the state had me transfer him, and to the best of my knowledge yet, he still hasn't been arrested. And, the governor has been, very turned her blind eye to all of these crimes. There was another well-known national story that in Revere, Mass., I worked in that shelter for just a couple of days as a fill-in while somebody was on vacation. But a guy was found there with fentanyl and an AR-15 in his room. And if you've ever been in these rooms, you can't hide an AR-15 and fentanyl in a room. So somebody knew what was going on. And I've lived in the United States all of my life, been an elected official most of my adult life. I wouldn't know where to go to get an AR-15 and fentanyl. How does a migrant know where to go and get an AR-15? So they were part of a crime.
John, I know you watched a bulk of the hearing, the Sanctuary City hearing from these 4 mayors. You heard from Michelle Wu, the mayor of Boston. What did you make of what you heard, especially the insistence that that migrants commit crimes at a lower rate than citizens do?
I did watch the hearing. I was thoroughly disgusted when Chairman asked Mayor Wu about the incident that we just talked about the migrant raping his own daughter in Marlboro. And the fact that she would not answer his question directly, yes or no, tells me everything that I need to know that Boston is at risk with Mayor Wu as the mayor of Boston. If you have a child or a female loved one in Boston, I suggest you move, because she doesn't care about children's safety in Boston. I am a welcoming person. I am a supporter of migrants, because this country was based on migrants and being supportive of migrants, but legal migration. Mayor Wu just went on, in front of Congress today and embarrassed herself in front of the entire nation.
For clarity's sake, earlier in our interview to our earlier discussion, it was the humanitarian parole program involved Venezuela, Nicaragua, Haiti, and Cuba. Just for our listeners, in case we wanted to clarify that. But fascinating. John Featherston, thank you so much for joining us and for your time and for your insight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample Rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold.
Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wesley Financial Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Good morning. It's Thursday, March 6, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Sanctuary City mayors going before members of Congress to defend their policies towards illegal immigrants. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal.
Louisiana Republican Congressman Clay Higgins put up a large picture of a man and his wife holding their newborn and told the mayors of Boston, Chicago, New York, and Denver that man was murdered in Texas by an illegal alien.
The policies of these mayors and our previous president have consequences, real-life consequences.
But the mayors, despite being confronted with past comments, insisted they do cooperate with federal immigration officials sometimes.
If there's a criminal warrant, we'll help them pick them up. If there's no criminal warrant, we'll honor a notification request.
Mayor Johnson.
Criminal warrants, we always cooperate with federal agents with a criminal warrant.
Mayor Wu. Get a criminal warrant, we will enforce.
South Carolina Republican Nancy Mace said they all had blood on their hands.
And President Trump issuing a last warning to Hamas to release all remaining hostages from Gaza. The president posting that warning on social media following an Oval Office meeting with recently released hostages from Gaza. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
Back when I was a cab driver, trying to make my way in comedy and find some entree into television and radio and everything in between, I was writing articles, mocking sports culture and cancel culture and things like that. And they had booked me an interview on WPHT. They were the very first radio station to ever book me as a guest. We had a lot of laughs. So to be sitting here, 8 or 9 years later as a host in your lineup is obviously a really big deal to me personally.
Jimmy Fallon, now weeknights, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different.
TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Wednesday, the Dow up 46, the S&P 500 up 64, the Nasdaq gained 268.
That in large part after President Trump decided to delay tariffs on Mexican and Canadian products for a month for American automakers. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick telling Fox what the administration heard from Stellantis, GM, and Ford.
We're domestic American automakers, and if you put a 25% tariff on us, and you don't put it on the Germans, and you don't put it on the Koreans, and you don't put it on the Japanese, you're helping everybody but us.
Today, we'll get the weekly unemployment claims report. Data from ADP showed private sector companies added just 77,000 jobs in February, down significantly from January, far below expectations. Don't forget tomorrow, the all-important jobs report for February, the first full month of the Trump administration. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
President Trump broke the news on primetime TV Tuesday night, addressing a joint session of Congress. An update on the 2021 bombing in Afghanistan during the chaotic U.S. withdrawal that killed 13 American troops.
We have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity.
And CIA Director John Ratcliffe was there when Mohammed Sharifullah landed in Virginia to face charges, and Ratcliffe tells Fox Business.
The Biden administration had 3.5 years to do this. They didn't find anyone. They didn't hold anyone accountable for those 13 U.S. service members killed at Abbey Gate.
That is where a suicide bomber blew himself up at Kabul's airport August 26th, 2021, also murdering 170 Afghans. But he did not act alone for ISIS-K. Someone planned it. And White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says
President Trump's team shared intelligence with regional partners such as Pakistan, who helped identify this monster in the borderland area late last month. Mohammed confessed to his crimes related to Abbey Gate and other attacks in Russia and Iran as well to the Pakistanis. And U.S. law enforcement officers traveled to Pakistan over the weekend, where he again confessed his crimes to the FBI.
And he's charged with providing support and resources to a foreign terrorist organization, resulting in death.
I'm not 100% convinced that he's the only one, but certainly this is a fantastic news to get.
Mark Schmitz's son, Marine Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz, was one of those 13 Americans killed in that terror attack.
For me, this is one down, many more to go. We still have a lot of stateside people to be looking at and their accountability, but this is fantastic. This made our family very, very happy to hear the news.
You say you heard the news before the rest of us when President Trump addressed the nation Tuesday night. How did you find out?
We have what's called a Abbey Gate Coalition. It's a group of us family members who have been starting the fight since the very beginning, trying to find out the truth, trying to get accountability and answers. Trump had planned for this conference call. He read off all of our kids' names and told us the big news that he was going to reveal, swore us to secrecy until he made that announcement.
What did it mean to you to talk to the president directly?
Well, it's not the first time we've spoken to him, but every time we have that opportunity, we certainly respect the honor that we're given to be talking to the commander-in-chief. I mean, not everybody gets to do that. And he's such a great man. When we had dinner with him in Bedminster, New Jersey at his golf course, it was supposed to be an in-and-out, hour and a half type of meeting. And it ended up being closer to 5-6 hours, I think, between our meeting and dinner. And I have a lot of people that ask me, what's it like to have dinner with the president of the United States? And I said, honestly, we're all in suits and dresses, but it felt like you were at your Uncle Bob's barbecue. I mean, it was so relaxed, so easy.
Was that back in the campaign?
It was prior to the campaign. Yeah, it was back in 2023.
Of course, the families, you never did get to meet with President Biden, right?
I'm sure that we could have had plenty of opportunities had he been willing to meet with us, but no, that always fell on deaf ears. So we never got any responses, not even a no thank you. We reached out plenty of times, including Arlington. They just never would respond. So we just basically gave up.
Is that when people had said that the president was looking at his watch over and over again at a ceremony? Was that what you were referencing?
Well, that happened in Dover when our kids came back stateside. We were all on the tarmac witnessing that with our own two eyes. And seeing him checking his watch. I mean, just the most utmost disrespect that you could possibly give to a Gold Star family when their lifeless kids' bodies are coming off of an airplane. But the Arlington trip I was referencing was when that was during the campaign when Kamala Harris came out and tried to make a mockery of President Trump coming out to Arlington when in fact we invited both parties and he's the only one who showed up.
Yeah. Now, when you go back, August 26, 2021, talk about Lance Corporal, your son, Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz. He was there during this chaos. Did you know that he'd only been in Afghanistan, I guess, not even 2 weeks? Did you know he was there at the time?
He'd call me the day after he landed, and he told me right then and there, I could hear the fear in his voice that he thought he was going to die that first day. When they opened up Abbey Gate and had to try to take Abbey Gate back from the crowds, he thought he was going to die that day. And, I tried to calm him down and, say what fatherly advice I could give him. But him joining the armed forces, the Marine Corps in particular, I tried to remind him this is not Call of Duty where you get to reset and reboot your life. This is the real deal.
Was that the last time you talked to him?
That was the last time I spoke to him. I did communicate via text. I was able to get a text out to him and back from him the day before it all happened.
Then you found out. How did you find out?
It was about 2:30, 2:40 in the morning. I hadn't heard from Jared. I was terrified that he may have been, one of those affected as that count continued to grow of the casualties.
But so you knew about the bombing at Abbey Gate already?
I did, yes. And I reached out to a friend of mine who was a Marine as well. He's been out for quite a while, but he's like, hey, Mark, your son's busy. He'll get back to you when he can. He's fine. He's protected by all his brothers and sisters over there. And so I went to sleep with that on my chest, knowing that, okay, maybe he's right. Maybe he's safe. I usually sleep pretty heavy, and they did not knock on the door very loud. And somehow I woke up and rubbing my eyes, trying to see what was going on. We have a oval glass on the door, and I could see these silhouettes on the other side of the glass. And I'm like, what is going on? And when I opened the door, the first thing I saw was all their brass and their ribbons. And I wanted to will it to be that it was an injury report. Deep down, I knew they don't do that. They don't come to your house for an injury report, but I was trying to just will it away, and I ran in and woke my wife up, and that's Jared's stepmother. She came out, we sat down at the dining room table, and they proceeded to tell us that Jared was unfortunately one of the casualties. My wife broke down. I just sat there in total shock. It didn't hit me until they left. And then I collapsed in my wife's arms and just bawled. And it was terrible.
This has to be just devastating. And I know it can't be that much easier 3.5 years later. You had talked about looking for answers. The new Trump administration, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that they are going to do more to probe the 2021 withdrawal and the terror attack that killed your son and 12 other American troops. What do you want to find out?
Well, going through this last administration and getting no answers whatsoever and stonewalled left and right, and then ultimately lied to many times, it felt like this was David and Goliath. And now with this administration change, it feels more like Goliath versus Goliath, or even flip the roles. Now it's Goliath versus David. We are very confident that we're finally going to start peeling away the onion layers and getting to the bottom of what happened, because there's plenty of people on the state side between State Department and DOD that had a hand in all this, not saying that they participated, of course, directly with this bombing, but allowing it to happen by their neglect and the way they handled things. So getting the answers is going to help me with my closure, but more importantly, for all of the families involved, I know that none of this is going to bring our kids back, but we never want to see this happen again. No other family should ever have to go through what we've had to go through. And if we can accomplish that through all this investigation, then it was worth every bit of it.
Will you attend, presuming there's a trial involving this ISIS-K suspect, will you attend the trial?
If I'm allowed to, yes. I don't know if this will be a behind closed doors deal or not, but I would like the opportunity to face this man face to face at least once.
I know that since your son was killed, you have created a foundation, a nonprofit, People can find out about it at thefreedom13.org. Please talk about it for us.
We wanted to do something to honor our son, honor the other 12 that were lost, and most importantly, help their brothers and sisters in arms that are still here with us. So we decided to create the Freedom 13. The mission behind it is to build recreational retreat camps all over the country, one in every state. These will have 100 acres of land each, and we will build 13 houses on each of the camps. The first one is being built currently in Bourbon, Missouri. We've got 2 houses already on site. We have 11 more to build. It sits on 171 acres. This is an opportunity for veterans to come out for a week at a time, bring their family with them, and basically take a knee, do some fishing, do some hunting, do some hiking. We plan on getting, the off-road golf carts so these guys can just drive around this gorgeous property that we've purchased. And but most importantly, we want to open it up to outside veteran organizations that have a niche that isn't what we do. And I'm talking about like service dog organizations, suicide prevention, PTSD, VA benefits, etc., where they can come out and service these veterans right on site. Hey, what do you need help with? And be able to give them more information and on their services. And then hopefully, we all kind of join forces and make life a little easier for the veteran and help them get back on their feet. It doesn't really matter who's in office. There's just not enough done for the veteran community. And that's why you see civilians coming up with organizations that help benefit the veterans. And the first 13 houses we build at the Missouri camp will be all dedicated to the 13 that were lost that day. A plaque, for example, the house that Jared built. And every camp that we build beyond that will have one house always set aside for my son. That way everybody gets to know who Jared was. And then the local community in whatever state we happen to be building in next can then raise money to dedicate a house to a fallen veteran in their community so they can have a local impact.
I admire all that. That has to be difficult to do. You want people to know about your son. Tell us about Jared.
Well, Jared joined the Marine Corps at the age of 17. He was dead set on joining when he was a sophomore. It really solidified itself, and we had a sign off on him enlisting early. Immediately after high school graduation, back in 2019, left for Camp Pendleton. And I know for him that felt like, finally, this is an opportunity to get out and do something and make a difference. And he was always big on helping people throughout his entire life. And I knew being in the Marine Corps at that level, that would give him the supreme opportunity to do so. While in Jordan, he got that call to go over to Afghanistan, Kabul. And that's when I got the phone call from him originally that he was moving again, but he couldn't tell me anything. So I mentioned it earlier, he died doing what he loved to do, and knowing my son, he would do it again. Just a hell of a young man. And if you have the honor and pleasure of knowing him, you're a better person for it.
Well, we're sorry for your loss. And again, thefreedom13.org is where you can find out more about the mission for the honor and the memory for Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz, one of the 13 American troops killed in the 2021 bombing in Afghanistan. Mark, we wish you well also in your search for answers as you try to get to the bottom of all that happened back then. And we thank you very much for joining us. Mark Schmitz, again, the organization is thefreedom13.org. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or consumercellular.com today. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. We all want to trust the people that service our cars, and that's why you should get to United Tire and Service for their fast and friendly service. Whether it's a fast oil change or a needed engine repair, they take the time to get to know you and your car. Always working to get you the very best tire prices. They shop the competition to save you money on all major brands. Check out one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations or schedule an appointment at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st at the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Vice President J.D. Vance at the U.S.-Mexico border at Eagle Pass, Texas yesterday.
The reason why this particular site has gone from over 1,500 crossings per day to 30 crossings per day is because President Trump has empowered and, in fact, demanded that his whole government take the task of border control seriously.
That's along with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard visited the border control facility, met with Governor Greg Abbott. A reprieve for 3 U.S. automakers ahead of President Trump's new tariffs taking effect. Fox Network's Business Network's Madison Allworth.
Tariffs are set to go into effect on April 2nd, but 3 companies are going to be delayed by 1 month. Stellantis, GM, and Ford are getting an extension after asking the president for help.
America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
It's the end of an era for one NFL franchise. The Chargers released 5-time Pro Bowler Joey Bosa Wednesday night, ending his 9-year run with the organization. The 3rd pick of the 2016 NFL Draft, Bosa made an immediate impact, winning the Defensive Rookie of the Year award after posting 10.5 sacks in his first NFL season. In the first 20 games of his career, Bosa recorded 19 sacks, which set an NFL record, and his 72 career sacks in the regular season ranks second in Chargers franchise history. But injuries have been an issue for Bosa. He's played in just 28 total games over the last 3 seasons. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
It's about the intangibles. Who can handle that? Can Cam Ward handle that? Maybe. Can Shedeur handle it? I think he can handle the criticism. Can he handle being able to ball out at the NFL level? We don't know that about either quarterback here. There's no definitive answer, but there never really is. You know, that transformational, generational talent that the Titans have talked about that they're looking for. You can say that all you want to at the college level. Travis Hunter was that at Colorado. But until you do it in the league, there's no real label to put on any player. Trevor Lawrence was supposed to be that player. Trevor Lawrence is just your average NFL quarterback right now. He's not generational in the NFL. So the label of generational just goes to the college level. That's Travis Hunter.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Experts are weighing in on the Trump administration's plans to cut IRS staffing in half over the next 10 months. They tell Bloomberg Law that would mean less help and longer waits for many U.S. taxpayers and would increase the risk that wealthy tax cheats escape paying what they owe. It would also leave the IRS with its smallest workforce since at least the 1960s. One UCLA tax law professor calls it a foolhardy decision unless your intention is to bankrupt the U.S. government by essentially making tax paying optional. We are a month into the tax season, and taxpayers are not in any hurry to file. According to Forbes, tax filing statistics are down in almost every area except for refunds. The dip is 4.2% compared to last year, down 7% compared with the same period in 2023. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Look, this country was founded on freedom. Freedom from a country that forced us to buy overpriced tea and then trying to blockade us when we dumped their tea into the ocean. How'd that work out? Well, it's time to throw your overpriced big wireless contract overboard as well. Pure Talk, a veteran-owned company, my cell phone company, says no to inflated prices. With a qualifying plan, you can choose an iPhone 14 or a Samsung Galaxy for $0. And yes, this is for premium service on America's most dependable 5G network. Get your iPhone 14, Samsung Galaxy, $0 qualifying plan. You just dial pound 250. You say the keywords Pure Talk, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. No hassle, no gimmicks, just honest-to-goodness wireless price right. Dial pound 250. You say the keywords Pure Talk. Claim your new iPhone or Galaxy with a qualifying purchase from Pure Talk, which is America's wireless company. Visit puretalk.com for details.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day always brings the smiles. That'll be the case on Saturday, April 5th at 4:05 when the Phils play the Dodgers and kids 14 and under receive a knit hat. Order tickets now at phillies.com. It's not too late to join the fun as a Phillies season ticket holder for the 2025 season. Gain access to exclusive price-saving benefits, great seat locations, and more. Visit phillies.com/season for more info and to secure a plan today.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, March 6th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Dawn, happy Thursday. How are you?
Happy Thursday. Well,
why do you sound like you're in a vacuum? Can we get the damn board right?
Yeah,
Can we get the board right, please?
well, they told me to vacuum in here after I brought you
Jimmy Kelly, somebody go in there and straighten the board out, please.
Oh, boy. Thought that was my earbuds that were starting to short circuit.
You can't, don't even bother talking it on. Somebody go in there right now.
Is it just her?
Yeah.
Because I thought I heard it on the little intro there, the musical bed with the...
Yeah, because I potted her up.
Oh, okay. All righty. Well, I would ask Greg how he is, but he's not doing too well right now.
I just want things to work. That's all I want. I want to come in here at 6 o'clock and do a radio show and just have it work. Yeah. I don't want things going wrong. Like, what are we doing? Sorry.
Airing of the grievances, folks.
Nobody cares about our problems. They just they tune in here to hear what, the issues. So.
Well, I would just like to have not multiple stories printed, not 4 times. Yeah, from the guys here in the afternoon, and then when we come in the morning, I've got 3 different duplicates. I waste enough paper. I don't need anybody's assistance. I've only asked that 8,000 times in emails, but nobody responds. That's fine. One day I'll explode.
Better? Better now, Dawn?
Is it better for Dawn?
Better?
There we go.
Was it good for you?
Jimmy, thank you.
There we go.
Jimmy Kelly, the man with the magic fingers, has pushed all my buttons.
Yeah.
Stroking me softly with his technicality.
He's been here 20 years. He should know where the buttons are. We have a lot of good things to get into on today's show. I want to take a trip down memory lane for the big take. It feels like it was just a couple of years ago that it was the Republicans that couldn't get messaging right. Now, all of a sudden, the Republicans have just common sense policies, simplistic messages. It works. And it's the Democrats that might have their own Dawn Stensland in a radio studio somewhere throughout this country saying, get it together, Democrats.
Uh-oh.
We'll get into that story coming up this morning in the Big Take. We also have Trump's speech. The ratings are in. Not only will we compare it to his old speeches of the past, Biden's speeches of the past, but also a comparison and a contrast with some of the debates that we had last calendar year. We'll look into that this morning. And wait till you hear a story that is coming out of New Jersey from our very own Matt Rooney that he wrote about on his website with gender identity at birth with babies in New Jersey hospitals. Astounding story, and it also plays into some new data that has come out that says not only are Republicans, but independents want wokeness to be completely gone. Doesn't resonate with anybody except left-wing nutbags in the Senate with purple hair that have been in office since 1991. You can figure out who I'm referring to, I'm sure. Plus, Elon Musk. You know, Dawn, I believe you had the story months ago that said birth rates in America were down and declining. Elon might just repopulate this country himself.
Did he have another baby?
Well,
he's got a new chick.
We mentioned it yesterday.
Attractive blonde lady.
And
we've got deets.
She has Pennsylvania roots, ladies and gentlemen.
Dawn would say, technically, local story.
Technically a local story.
So will he be, maybe he'll be here in Philadelphia for the Open for the Phillies. Seriously.
Since I gave the people who tune in right at 6 o'clock no content just yelling, can we play this video real fast? Watch this on YouTube. Look at this, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. You can see the video. Elon takes 2 bottles of water.
There it is.
Yep.
Here you go, babe.
And look at him.
More one?
Here. Sure. Okay.
I was hoping for a seltzer, but okay.
Hi.
Okay. He had that most awkward moment that every 15-year-old guy has when they're standing next to a pretty girl. It's like, can I get you something?
Would you like a Coke?
It's amazing.
You know what? Maybe that's what works. That's like his shtick.
Yeah.
Like, hi,
roll it.
My name's Elon.
Roll it back one more time.
Water?
Roll it back one more time. Look at his face when he's contemplating if he should give it to her or not. See?
Let's go with this one. Let's see if this works.
Oh, hello.
Hey, got this 8-ounce Dasani here.
And she does the
shoulders.
The shoulder shrug.
Kind of up, like,
divided by the rail.
Well,
unbelievable.
Have some Dasani, and can I impregnate you?
Yes. I'm going to take you back to my spare room at Mar-a-Lago, and
you know he's very clinical too, and he talks about it, right?
Yeah, he is. You think he's like not that men really care about this, or maybe not women. You think he's very awkward and robotic in the sack?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he's very clinical about it.
Yeah. He's probably got all the science figured out.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think he's probably just thrilled.
More artsy.
So he's just
Like
Greg Stocker on a roller coaster, just screaming. You know what I mean?
Holy crap! Yeah, JC's right. It's awkward. He's awkward.
He's an awkward dude.
Look it works for him.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it doesn't.
Well, how could it not when you've got billions of dollars?
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah, if he was making $57,000 a year, he's got no shot.
But he might though. Like, he's cute. He's like not threatening.
Not cute. He's not cute. He's awkward.
If he's your executive producer, he's going years without getting laid. There's no doubt. No doubt. All right, let's get down to business.
Yeah,
6:06, round number 1 of the news, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Thursday morning, Kayal Company News Live. We are sponsored this morning in the news by Robert Half. Did you know, speaking of Half, we had more than 1.5 inches of rain, heavy rain, across our region, and it was a record yesterday for our region, believe it or not. Heavy rain, uprooting trees in some areas, flooding in parts of the Schuylkill Expressway, for example, And the storm's really rolling through our region at the height of yesterday's evening commute for sure, and causing some delays as well at Philadelphia International Airport with all those high winds. They did record in some spots at least 60-mile-an-hour winds moving through our area. So I was checking. There are still some delays, and this is sort of the domino impact from yesterday from all those delays that happened at the airport. So we do have some reports of the severe weather causing, because of all the trees being uprooted, that sort of thing. We do have some power outages this morning across the region. And then also PennDOT says there were several flooding incidents on I-76, including the eastbound lanes right near Montgomery Drive. I know this morning they have, they're reporting that there's a crew there. So it looks like perhaps that's a result of what was going on there yesterday, because they do have a crew eastbound that may affect you if you're trying to get to University City, 30th Street Station, that sort of thing. Also, we have the good news here. I don't see any injuries reported during the storms, so that's the good news here, but a lot of cleanups. And then we also have the National Transportation Safety Board releasing its preliminary report on that fire that really devoured part of that 6-car SEPTA train. Happened last month. This was in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and that we had talked about. So this is a Kayal Company follow-up story for you. Train traveling west, Trenton, New Jersey to Newark, Delaware. 325 passengers, if you recall, that we talked about it. 4 crew members. It just went up in flames very quickly. No injuries reported. Everybody, got off of the thing, thank God. But SEPTA estimates those damages to the equipment to be about $10 million. So we have that one going on. The situation on that one, the engineers smelled a strange burning smell, but kept on going.
Oh.
And
first mistake right there.
So they're bringing that forth. There was a mechanical maintenance team that completed, the inspection, and they said that 3 of the rail cars, including the one that just was devoured, were bad. There was a cause of slow acceleration, they're saying, but the train still continued to operate. And so they said that this thing, was continuing to operate despite that burning smell and a very strong smell. So what they're saying is, I think they're saying, if you smell something, maybe stop the train.
That's what I would do.
Investigate the situation.
Yeah. I've done that many times with cars or, whatever vehicle I've had at any point in my life. You don't know if that's just something got caught under your engine, your hood, your tire. It's not worth it to keep going. Figure it out.
I mean, so that was a preliminary report. The full investigation, we'll get that one. But it looks like perhaps it was some kind of an electrical wiring issue.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, thank God nobody was injured on that one. So we have that one going on. I had told you yesterday, and we had reported the body of a man in his mid-30s who was actually found in the Schuylkill. We talked about this, where somebody was driving by, saw in the Schuylkill River a body floating in the river. I think that's a body, calls 911. And then yesterday, of course, we learned the identity, that in fact it's Joshua Daywalt. That's, that he was shot in the head, and that was the cause of death. This is a homicide. $20,000 reward being offered this morning for information leading to the arrest of who murdered him. Meantime, his mother, Jennifer, is speaking out about her son, Joshua, saying that he had gone off his medication. He had mental health issues. What happened here, as she says, that she just doesn't understand, what led him down this path. Was this a robbery or what? But he had been diagnosed with mental health issues. So she said that he's a father of 2. He's from Phoenixville. How did he end up in the Schuylkill River dead with a gunshot wound to his head, but suffered with mental illness, had been diagnosed, which is common, with schizophrenia in his early 20s. And what I mean by that is, oftentimes you might not have an indication of schizophrenia until somebody's in their 20s.
Oh, wow.
That is not unusual.
They've ruled out suicide, or they're not ruling.
This is
it?
not. No, this is
Okay.
not suicide. This is a case of murder.
Foul play. Yep. Okay.
According to police, they have foul play.
Wow.
So who shot him in the head, dumped him in the river, and the mother calling for justice, and just talking about him in very honest ways, saying that he was somebody with schizophrenia.
Maybe he came in one morning and the board wasn't set up properly.
Oh, no. Are you saying now also, and maybe I missed this, he was found in the Schuylkill down in our neck of the woods?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you get all the way from Phoenixville down to this way and end up, wow.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like I don't know. And that's all they're looking for, and that's why they're offering this $20,000 reward that is available for information, cash reward. They're offering for information that leads to an arrest as well as a conviction. So we have that going on. I know we're going to talk a lot today about Doge, Donald J. Trump. There are a lot of updates. So locally, I told you that we have learned that multiple buildings, federal buildings in Pennsylvania, 3 here in Philadelphia, talked about yesterday in the big 3 as we were closing up shop before 10, that 3 buildings looks like they're going to be sold. But as well, we have Governor Josh Shapiro. He signed an executive order in which he's saying that the state of Pennsylvania should, he wants to be the state of Pennsylvania to incentivize to hire the laid off federal workers.
Yeah, he wants to
give them
take
priority.
All the feds that got doged, he's trying to provide employment here on a state level, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he had to sign an executive order to do so, to try to free up, I think, grant money and that sort of thing.
Sounds like somebody that's interested in a run in 2028.
So it's popular, as it's not making, let's say, friendly headlines for Trump or for for this administration. And moving forward, was it a megalodon in local waters? Oh, that's my little tease. I don't know if you...
I saw that you sent. That's great. I was thinking it would be bigger than the picture that it shows. But yeah, we might need a bigger boat.
Those goldfish can get really big.
I know.
So these are Pennsylvania wildlife officials, and they put this out on social media, but the goldfish, it looks huge.
It's they can get really big.
It's amazing how much longer they can live in the wild, in the water, than sitting in that little tank or that bag when you win them at a carnival. Those suckers die like within days right away. You ever notice that?
Yes.
My daughters were always disappointed. They're always belly up.
I know, but these things get huge. I mean, they're like as big as as your foot.
Yeah.
How big is that? I mean, it's like
a foot long.
Yeah, a foot long.
Yeah.
So the wildlife officials are saying you may think that it's a good idea, like flush Nemo down the toilet, that sort of thing. But in fact, these things thrive. They multiply and they cause a nightmare for our local waterways because they change the ecosystem.
I saw that.
So we got that going on.
All right.
So stop dumping your goldfish in bodies of water, right?
That's
yeah,
right.
But why would anybody dump a live goldfish in a body of
Because
water?
they get too big and you don't know what to do. The problem is that you go to these like fairs and with your kids and you win these goldfish in a bag. You take it home, you put it in a little tank
or bowl
or a bowl. And then they get big, and you're like, I don't want to feed this thing anymore. I don't like this thing anymore. What are you going to do with it? But Daddy, we can't kill it. We can't flush it down the toilet. Okay, we'll send it out to the local lake.
Yeah.
And we'll set it free.
Hell, I'm putting mine on the skillet. Throw a little garlic and olive oil, cook that sucker up.
So you put them into the lake, and then they end up, as whales or something. I don't know.
And they affect everything.
Yeah.
They affect the rest of the system, and they guck it all up.
Yeah. Stop getting fish at fairs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Listen to the brand manager, would you already?
Yeah.
So
and while you're at it,
stop disgusting up our country if you don't want to be here.
Jeez Louise.
Can't believe I said that.
Disgusting.
Well, then you're going to go back and listen to all the things you said.
No,
You're like,
no, I don't listen to myself.
What was wrong with me that day?
I don't listen to myself. I can't.
Do you look at yourself?
No.
Who has the bigger contract, Zach Baun or Nick Kayal?
It's definitely Zach Baun. Boy, what a steal
Holy
that
moly.
was. Howie Roseman going against the grain by re-signing a a linebacker. They usually don't give out money for linebackers on the Eagles, Don.
3 years? Is that what he got?
3 years, $51 million.
Yep, that's a rarity.
It is.
It is for the Eagles. They do not typically spend a lot of money on linebackers. They think they're interchangeable and replaceable parts.
So they value him, and I guess he was one of the very first players that Eagles reached out to, called his agent, and say that his skills showed that he is very valuable to them. So,
yes. Yes.
Nice.
Gem in the rough. I don't know how the Saints didn't realize they had a ball player.
Dang.
I mean, that's their problem.
Just rub it in.
Yeah.
So that's how the Saints don't go marching on.
That's correct.
We are sponsored this morning by Robert Half. As far as the forecast goes this morning, I know it's cooler, but the sun will come out, a little breezy, 50 degrees, but really mild temperatures for this time of year. I mean, we're early March at this point. Tomorrow, 52, bright sunny skies. The weekend looks 50-ish and bright sunny skies. Next week, we start out the week at 60 on Monday. We're in the mid-60s on Tuesday, and by Wednesday, 70 degrees.
Awesome.
How about that?
Yes.
Do we think
a nice sunny stretch?
Yeah, I was going to say, do we think March is going to be a nice month? I mean, so far
it's
been. I mean, the rain yesterday, but at least it was warm.
Yes, I was telling my daughters I would love to have, and I'll gladly take a rainy March if we can get, April to be nice and warm and in the 70s. What's the phrase? April showers bring May flowers.
That's the phrase, yes.
Yeah, I'll take March showers for April flowers if we want to speed this up.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
And then we'll have a segment, Nick's Flowers.
That's
90,
right.
And then it'll be 90 in May, and you'll be complaining about it.
I'll be playing golf, sweating my you-know-what off.
Well, we are sponsored by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is there to help. They're recruiting professionals utilizing an award-winning AI, which connects businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Thank you, Robert Half, for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Up next, a Thursday big take, and maybe during the break, Stocker will smash some monitors.
No, I'm not going to do that.
You should. The big take is coming up next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
This is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company live here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. A great variety of stories that we have for you today. And we'll get into all of that shortly, including another jam-packed edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. That's coming up at 7:45. But right now, let's get it fired up on a Thursday with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. The Big Take, Trump's 2.0 tone and the Dems' deplorable tune. You know, I'm old enough to remember hearing about how bad Republicans' messaging is and was during the 2022 midterms and the red wave that never really materialized. I also can recall Dawn Stensland saying, quote, "Get it together, Republicans." My, how the tables have turned in a short 2.5 years. The fallout and reaction continued throughout the day yesterday after Donald Trump delivered, I think, maybe the best speech of his lifetime on Tuesday night. And what you say and how you say it in this lifetime matters. On one side, you have the Trump administration with individuals like Donald Trump, and then to a lesser extent, Caroline Leavitt, Kash Patel, and Pam Bondi, who can definitely crank it up and fire their fastball. But on the other side, you have measured, laid-back, and logical talkers like J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, and Pete Hegseth, who smoothly articulate their position on policy. It's simple and it's common sense, and both styles work. Then on the Democrat side today, you have a trifecta of losing dynamics that has led to a party in total disarray, disconnected from reality, and dare I even say deplorable. Call it a triple threat for a losing recipe and a formula that doesn't resonate. In one corner of the ring, you have aging fossils like Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Bernie Sanders. They represent the old guard on their way to the showers. Then you have raging, miserable women like Liz Warren and Jasmine Crockett, who personify old and young Karens, hot and bothered by everything under the sun, always seeking out outrage and to be offended. And then to round things out, you have beta males, Tim Walz, Harry Sisson, David Hogue. We couldn't even get bipartisan unity Tuesday night on things like a 13-year-old boy who bravely has survived 13 brain surgeries. But the fallout and the reaction represents bipartisan unity on one thing: how absurd the Democrats look. From Caroline Leavitt on the Trump side to CNN, liberal late-night TV hosts, former athletes turned commentators, and even John Fetterman here in Pennsylvania, all scorching the Democrats for how they've acted and what they've become. Let's start with the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Here's Caroline yesterday talking about the Democrats and the media in the fallout of Trump's speech, how they acted, and why they still don't get it. Listen and watch this.
And as President Trump asked in his speech last night, how could anyone possibly be opposed to any of this action that he is taking? Well, apparently, the modern-day Democrat Party could. The behavior of Democrats last night was completely disgraceful and demonstrated how severely out of touch they are with the American public. It was the most shameful moment in the history of presidential addresses in that beautiful chamber. They couldn't even clap for a girl who got her head smashed in by a man on a volleyball court. Democrats didn't stand for an innocent and beautiful child who is surviving brain cancer. Last night, MSNBC's Nicole Wallace disgustingly looped in a 13-year-old boy with brain cancer into an attack on the president over January 6th. And CNN's first chyron out of the speech called it divisive. President Trump wasn't divisive.
Americans get it, though. They really do. CBS and YouGov releasing polling after Trump's speech on a variety of the issues and topics that he discussed and their approval ratings. And here were the results. Phil, if you want to throw these graphics up on YouTube, 77% support his plan to cut government waste and spending. 77% also back his immigration and border policies. 76% not only approve of Trump's speech, but also approve of removing congressmen who interrupt the speech. 74% say his speech was presidential. 73% support a stance on Russia and Ukraine. 68% say it made them feel hopeful and proud, say he has a clear plan to tackle inflation, and say he accurately described America's crime crisis, while 63% say he focused on the issues they care about. When I say it was one of Trump's best speeches of his career while in office, I think the data supports that. Trump looked like the sane one. But don't take that from me. John Fetterman echoed the same sentiment here in Pennsylvania. The senator posted the following yesterday on X about the disappointment he felt in the defiant displays of his fellow Dems, saying, quote, "A sad cavalcade of cell phones and unhinged petulance. It only makes Trump look more presidential and restrained. We're becoming the metaphorical car alarms that nobody pays attention to, and it may not be the winning message." Fetterman is spot on. It's a losing message. It's a losing look. Even CNN host Aaron Burnett called out the left-wing network's home team party as Republicans made their entrance live on Tuesday night. Listen and watch this.
Look at what's happening. The Democrats are not even acknowledging the cabinet right now. I just don't remember that being standard. At least they would get up and shake their hands.
Just the visual here that they're
not engaging. This is not a pathway for it to bipartisanship.
And it really does appear that the grown-ups are back in charge. And now that all the dust has settled, it's the left that are compromising the word weird. They're the weird ones, right? It was so bad that even Stephen Colbert ripped and mocked the Democrats on his late-night TV show. Colbert saying, quote, in regards to Trump, he barked out one appalling claim after another, but don't you worry, Democrats. are getting ready to fight back with their little paddles, Colbert said on The Late Show following Trump's speech. Colbert held up his own paddle, similar to Tony Bruno yesterday on YouTube, and his paddle said, quote, "Try doing something." How about that coming from Colbert? Morning Joe on MSNBC on Wednesday was so desperate to find an angle that Scarborough claimed that Trump's speech was written with ChatGPT. According to Mediaite.com, Scarborough ridiculed the speech right off the bat, blasting Trump for it. He said, quote, "It really was almost like it was written by ChatGPT. I was thinking like the fifth verse, same as first, second, third, fourth. You know, there were the insults, there were the taunts, there were the exaggerations, there was a partisanship top to bottom, there were personal attacks, the facts that were just wrong, whether it was U.S. spending more money on Ukraine or calling himself the greatest president." He added, quote, "There's just so much nonsense. I cannot believe an independent voter wouldn't look at this speech and just turn it off and just go, enough's enough," end quote. You know, I think Joe and Minka, weren't they at Mar-a-Lago just 2 months ago, 3 months ago, kissing the ring of Trump, trying to reestablish their relationship with the incoming president? Pretty sure that's not going to be happening after those absurd quotes. But even former athletes turned commentators like Charles Barkley, who is never shy on opinions, is baffled over the Democrats and the divide in America, especially pertaining to things like going to the White House to see Trump after you win the Super Bowl. Listen and watch this.
You know, it's interesting. I just had this conversation with my friends this weekend about visiting the White House. Because the thing came out, first of all, they said the Eagles were not going to the White House. That's how the conversation started. I said, I hate that. And then they came back and said, no, we would definitely go. And I said, yo, man, I don't care who the president is. He's the president of the United States. It's bothered me the last 10 years. They're like, well, I'm not going because this certain person is president. I was like, dude, it's the president of the United States. Even though I disagree with President Trump on some things, if I met him, I would still give him the respect and dignity he deserved. Like I say, yo, we can disagree, but it bothers me when these teams don't want to go to the White House. I'm just disappointed, and he touched on it a little bit, why we got so divided. What did we get to as a country? We like, well, we're not going to the White House. We don't like who's in there. That's just stupid, in my opinion.
There's an old adage, and it goes something like this: united we stand, divided we fall. If that doesn't perfectly illustrate the generation of the Democrat Party, I don't know what would. They are united in defiance and stupidity. They've fallen, and they only create more divide with their divisiveness and downright degradation of other viewpoints, policies, and lifestyles. Case in point, Jasmine Crockett continuing her media tour, advertising just how laughable the party has become. Here's the rep from Texas on Tuesday night after the Trump speech. Listen and watch this.
First of all, thank you for making the back of my head famous. But second of all, if we could do a sequel, if you could tell Donald Trump anything tonight, what would you tell him?
I would tell him to grow a spine and stop being Putin's hoe.
Yeah, that might play well in talk radio as a host trying to get a laugh out of his audience. Not sure that resonates with moderates and independents that swayed in Trump's favor, but can be swayed back the other way. Might be time for Jasmine Crockett to shut it down, and I'm going to shut it down right now because that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weeds and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Let your comments rip on social media. You can reach us at 1210 WPHT on all the social platforms and, of course, on the YouTube chat. We love the YouTube chat. Stalker monitors it. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. You know, it was interesting, Dawn. I was watching a little bit of a rarity yesterday. I was channel surfing, and I did not put on Fox, but I was on MSNBC, CNBC, CNN, and I even scanned some of the evening national news in that 6 to 6:30 window across all of our local channels. And it's just amazing to me that as everybody had their chance yesterday with their platforms nationally to give reaction to what we saw Tuesday night, it was almost unanimous. Now, there were networks that tried to frame Trump as being aggressive, going on the attack, but the numbers do not show that in all the polling that we have seen post-speech. But a lot of them were really critical of the Democrat Party, and it's just amazing how quickly things can turn. And that's not to say that it can't flip back and the pendulum can't swing the other way back for Democrats if they ditch this left-wing absurdity, and on top of maybe if Trump fails in certain categories. But, man, they were really hammering and pounding today's Democrats. They are like a pie with 3 slices right now, like I illustrated in the Big Take. And I don't think any of those groups are connecting with middle America right now.
Mm-hmm.
Not the old guard, not the young people that are spouting off like Jasmine Crockett. Nobody really in between. The most common sense, logical ones are probably the ones that don't get any camera or mic time.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think that as we also find out about Doge, all this government waste, and I know there's a lot of, you guys have a lot of goodies that you were digging up. I mean, there was testimony that started at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we learned how at least 4 major United States cities, how much money they've been spending, for example, on illegals who are here in cities and these sanctuary cities. And so it raises the question, at a time when we have tough times, why were we spending all of this money on people who came here illegally? And so I think the money matters. I also think the lawsuit that, a judge so far smacked down right here. I mean, the federal building, this issue of girls being forced to compete with biological males in athletics. It's an issue that is a Quakertown high school girl. She's a senior this year, was forced to run against that colonial school district, which is PW, Plymouth Whitemarsh, in Monco.
Yep.
So in that case, and I'm interviewing the attorney coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, but we're just trying to find out, are they continuing with it? It was smacked down. There was a defeat this week in court. Will that continue? Because this was all before Trump's order that they did that.
Mm-hmm.
And so how does this play out? So you mentioned John Fetterman. Well, he might be right on the issue of course, I think he's right in supporting the fact that Hamas should release these hostages, these Jewish hostages. But I think John Fetterman and the Democrats are very wrong on this issue. It has nothing to do with being mean or bullying. This is the civil rights issue of our time. I can't even believe it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I mean, it's unbelievable to say, nope, sorry, you're going to come in second place. You're not going to get scholarships. Sucks to be you because you're a girl and you're weaker and you're slower.
Yes.
So just shut up.
Mm-hmm. Fetterman had a very strong stance last night. I'm trying to find it now. I thought it was on his social media feed. Maybe he's got a personal and a office one.
He does.
Yeah. And he basically was spot on in agreement with Trump when it pertains to Trump's latest call to action with Hamas, saying, basically, I stand with President Trump. He's absolutely accurate when he says if these hostages and these negotiations don't come to, we don't reach a finality to this, there's going to be hell to pay. So it's interesting. Fetterman went from voting against protecting women in sports. Then he says, yes, Democrats look like idiots and Trump looks like the buttoned up one. And then he says, yeah, I'm in agreement with Trump on Israel and the Middle East. So that kind of illustrates really where common sense and the Democrats have kind of had this separation from reality versus whatever it is they think they can run on and win, because that is not the case. So 855-839-1210 is the number. So we have the ratings that are in on the Trump address to Congress. Kind of interesting. It got 36.6 million viewers, according to the Hollywood Reporter. Nielsen, which measures this, says 36.63 million people watched the 100-minute speech across 15 networks. Now, that is 14% more than Biden received in his final State of the Union, which would have been in the winter of 2024. That was where Biden got 32.23 million viewers. That said, and maybe it's because Trump's only 6.5 weeks in, or because, after 8 or 9 years, you pretty much know exactly what Trump will say. This ranked lower than his previous 4 addresses to Congress, which averaged 44.3 million viewers historically. And then there was the low year of 2020 where they got 37. So I'm not really sure what to make of that. Maybe it's just because people are looking at the results that they're getting, what they voted for. They didn't need to hear anymore. Maybe it's Democrats are still tuned out. They're not going back to MSNBC yet.
It was also too long. I think his speech was too long.
100 minutes.
Yeah, it was. That's
well, they
like
started
Bill Clinton.
late.
That's like Bill Clinton. I mean, to be fair to Trump, he is out of anybody, he can make a 100-minute speech feel like it's 10 minutes. So
you think?
Oh yeah, yes, he's very good at communicating. 100%.
Oh no, yes, I agree. He's good at communicating, but you think he can make 100 minutes feel like 10?
I do.
I thought it was a great. I mean, I thought it was great.
He can keep you you into it.
Well, I thought it was a great speech, but I also feel like there's times, and maybe it's in interview settings, where if we play a 2.5-minute clip of Trump with Hannity, it feels like 2 hours.
We played one the other day where it was just like, all right, dude, land the plane.
Right.
I understand that, but these speeches they really just need to be a little shorter. Just because people just don't have that attention span anymore. Nobody's sitting there for 100 minutes and watching this unless you're a diehard.
I know.
You know what I mean? So that's why I think a lot of it was more like clips. There were shareable clips, and I'm sure the Al Green thing was probably one of the most shared clips on the internet yesterday. So, I just think it's just that's a decent number. I thought it was going to be a lot lower. That's a decent number when you compare it with social media. People just don't consume stuff like that anymore. It's not. They just don't go to television and YouTube and watch speeches. They watch it online.
In comparison, and I know it's a different setting, it's a different time of the year, obviously, you have 36 and change for that speech 2 nights ago. The Biden-Trump debate, the debacle that ended Biden's career last June, drew 47 million viewers. And then the one and only Trump-Kamala debate had 51 million viewers. Just to kind of put that into perspective when you look at, State of the Union, Joint Congress, or debates for elections.
And are you comparing the numbers from, it was April of 2021, it was Biden's 99th day.
Yes.
For his joint session address?
I don't have Biden's number from that year. I have Biden's number last year that Trump beat. Trump beat Joe's final one. Remember, it was the one where we were talking about whether or not Joe can actually get through the speech, without falling over and dropping dead.
Because technically, that's curious. We'll have to see Trump's, because this technically was not a State of the Union address.
Yes, correct.
So does that help? I mean, with Doge, or is it just the Trump effect?
Could be.
That people just want to know, what is he going to say?
Right.
I think even with that number, I think that shows me that the people who are invested in Trump watched it, and the people who are not did not.
Yeah,
that's
that. Agreed.
I thought the number would be a little lower than that, but that number shows me that it's not. There wasn't it wasn't a 90 million thing like a football game.
Right,
You know what I mean?
Like the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship. Yeah. How about this too? Just the last little tidbit here. I saw this from Fox's PR team and their media relations in a press release. Did you know now that 70% of registered Democrats that have been polled that watch cable news, 70% of Democrats are watching Fox News?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I mean, you wonder where MSNBC and CNN's audiences have gone?
Yep.
They're going to quote the enemy network to get coverage of the current administration.
I bet you we have a ton of Democrats that listen to this station.
Sure.
This show.
For a variety of reasons.
Absolutely.
855-839-1210, the number. We'll come back. We'll get some calls. Then we'll put a bow on the first hour. We also have to get to this story that Matt Rooney has from his website, Save New Jersey, with babies in New Jersey hospitals with gender identity and declaring what you are 8 minutes into Earth. Amazing. It's staggering. It's crazy. But then again, it's 2025. It shouldn't blow you away. We'll give you the details coming up in hour number 2. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we're talking about the Honda Prologue today. Why? Well, it's Honda's first all-electric SUV, and you heard Trump. More Honda plants coming to Indiana. Sure, the Piazza brothers are like, how do we get out in Indiana? Can we open up a spot out there? With a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time, you can cruise the roads worry-free. 3 charging options to choose from, including that portable charging kit for when you're on the go. You just throw that thing right in the back of the SUV, and boom, it's there for your convenience. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. How about that? $229 per month for an SUV that's electric in the year 2025. Visit Piazza Honda today in Philadelphia, Pottstown, my location in Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details. And you can shop online anytime at piazzahonda.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
There are times where high standards are vital. For example, your football team wouldn't let just anyone start at quarterback. And should you let just anyone give you guidance? We don't think so. In fact, at California Psychics, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. You see, we come from the home of free spirits and open minds. We're not short of spiritual believers or big dreamers. It's why we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. California Psychics connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So, there's never been a better time to give our services a try. That sounds like a touchdown to me. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli, we have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years, and so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, and trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at veneriadental.com, V-A-N-A-R-I-A, Dr. Mike Veneria, veneriadental.com.
The Philly Boat Show is back, March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show, March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Yes, I got what I deserve. Kept you waiting there too long, my love. All that time without a word.
6:51. It's Kayal and Company live here on a Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day.
By the way, can I say something real fast? If you missed at 6:02 when we played the Elon Musk video of him flirting with the that mysterious blonde next to him that may or may not be a
friend.
Pennsylvania beautician, I believe.
Yes.
I think I read that right in the Daily Mail.
That is correct.
We have him flirting, like the close-up of him flirting with her. That is in the... we clipped that video and put it out on Twitter. So at 1210 WPHT on Twitter.
Yep.
I think Nick and myself retweeted it. I'm sure Dawn didn't because,
we're pigs.
She doesn't retweet anything.
No, and then I'll just retweet like 500 things.
I've seen that. You go on a retweeting binge, like you're cleaning out your purse.
But it's like my quota.
So her name is Heather Valentino.
Yeah.
And she is a Botox salon beautician. From the Pittsburgh area of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you, like Stalker said, if you want to watch the video, it's pretty good.
Or if you're new to or if you just came over to the YouTube, Phil, you want to throw it up one more time? I just like this video.
Yeah. By the way, much more attractive, and I'm not trying to be a pig here. I'm going to be professional.
Yeah.
Much more beautiful than the last lady that he was with that I believe had the last baby, and that was the
Ashley St. Clair.
Look at what's happening.
Yeah.
Democrats are not even.
I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah. So I think it's St. Clair is the one that was having the racy messages via DM and text.
Yep.
Yeah, I like this girl is much more attractive in my opinion.
Yeah, roll that video, please. There we go.
I'm a sucker for a blonde. There you go. Look at that. Elon's like, I'll take 2 waters. Thank you. I don't have any cash on me. Charge it to my account. Tell Trump to handle it. Hey, babe, you want a water? Oh, thanks, Elon. Ooh, yeah, I'll take that.
Sure.
I mean, all he has to say to her is, by the way, I'm the richest guy in the world.
Yeah.
I think she priority.
Yeah. I think that was the selling point for her. She's like, man, he paid 20. How much did he pay for X? Yeah, it'll be worth something.
By the way, Peter Doocy asked Caroline Leavitt about the dress attire at the White House because, everybody was all up in arms because Zelensky didn't wear a suit.
Yes.
But
Musk did.
But Musk did, yeah.
Yeah, I give him credit for that.
Yeah.
I ripped him for looking like a schlub just like Zelensky. He came dressed for the occasion. It's nice work out of him. Paul is in Ben Salem to wrap up the first hour. Paul, you go right ahead, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I woke up this morning and I'm tired of seeing. I got a lot of liberals in my news feed and on Facebook and everything. So I'm like, you know what? They keep ripping into people who voted for Trump. How dare you vote for a convicted felon? How can you do that? And I put. It's amazing how liberals tear into people who voted for Trump, saying, "How dare you do that?" And I put the alternative. Voting for a pedophile storybook hour with my kids. Voting for the party who wants open borders. Voting for the party that's against godly standards and our Constitution. I believe the Democrat Party right now is pure evil. They stand against everything that is good. They want to call bad good and good bad. And, I went on to tell them, I posted some scripture references that there is no DEI with God. There is no diversity, equity, and inclusion. It doesn't make us stronger. It makes us weaker. And we need to get back to the correct standards in which our founding fathers had created this country under godly standards. And it hurts. It hurts. But I stand by my convictions. I vote my conscience, regardless how it affects my wallet. And I know God will take care of me.
There you go, Paul. Thank you for the call.
I'm a union member. I don't go along with the, most of the union guys I know all voted for Trump because of this.
Oh, okay. Good little tidbit to know. Thank you for the call, Paul. It's interesting. And, I bring up my mother-in-law and there's others that are in my circle of life, so to speak, that are not Trump supporters. I would say with all my friends, all my family, it's probably close to 50-50 when I think about it. My family, wife's family, our friends, it is probably a coin flip of right and left. I did not get a ton of guff from my Democrat friends and family about the convicted felon label leading up to the election. And obviously they know what I do for a living. They know who I voted for. But they didn't use that this time around. Now, I heard that back in 2023, 2024. But in the final months, and I certainly haven't had it post-election, post-victory, Well, like Paul is dealing with his people in his circle on Facebook. Then again, I haven't been on Facebook in 13 years, thank God. I don't really hear the convicted felon argument from those who oppose Trump. But that's just me. Maybe Paul does. 855-839-1210. All right, coming up next, Republicans and independent voters reacting positively to Trump, declaring that the U.S. is woke no longer. Well, but then again, in New Jersey, you might have a different story. SaveJersey.com, our boy Matt Rooney.
This is an amazing
When he's not cranking out a good Sunday night show or messing with our cameras and our setup, he's got some good stories.
To be fair, that's Valdez.
His little sidekick.
Yeah,
little Valdez. We're going to break down this story, a great piece of journalism, if you want to call it, and some writing from Matt Rooney. We'll talk about this story in the hospitals for newborns when we come back. Dawn has some news as well. Hour 2 is on the way.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Wait. Skechers put the S in comfort?
Yes, comfort you have to feel to believe. Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Let me try. Okay, I'm just stepping in and... Oh, wow. Skechers put the S in comfort.
Duh. We told you.
Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
.702, it is Kayal and Company as we begin hour number 2 here on a Thursday morning, 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group, where you can experience the difference from Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Shop their extensive inventory of new and certified pre-owned Hyundai models like the Santa Fe, the Tucson, and the Palisade online at piazzahyundai.com. Cut sheets coming up 7:45. Yeah. Good tunes today. We'll make sense of it and what's the logic behind it coming up at about 9:45, 9:50 today with Phil Almquist today in music history. But before that, let's get down to business. We've got news to tend to, and the great Dawn Stensland will take us away here for round number 2 at 7:03.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored this morning by First Harvest Credit Union this Thursday morning, March the 6th. And although it's not as warm as yesterday, we're still in the 50s today. That'll be the high, 44 degrees, cloudy this morning as we clean up from the storm. So we'll talk about the forecast. I want to get to a local story as we are looking at what happened to a 19-year veteran of the Philadelphia Police Department is now recovering, and a man is in custody. This after the guy who had just been served a protection from abuse order actually turned on Philadelphia police. So officials say that this guy, they serve him the order, and the guy gets in his vehicle, shoves it in reverse, and drives directly, and they say purposely ramming his car into the police SUV, injuring that officer, who is a female officer. So was this because she's a woman, she served the protection of abuse order for him regarding, a woman? I don't have that information. That's one of the angles here.
Sure.
But she is a 19-year veteran with the police department, despite the fact that, they had just served this to this 40-year-old man right there on the 1700 block of Grant Avenue across from Grant Plaza. And this is in the Bustleton section of Philadelphia. So he was told he needed to leave this apartment complex. And there were multiple officers there, by the way. They were returning to their vehicles to prepare their paperwork, etc. And that's when the guy gets in his SUV, which they thought, okay, he's complying. At that point, they say shoves it into reverse and intentionally, rammed into the vehicle of that 7th District officer while she was in the vehicle. So damage to the vehicle. She did not suffer life-threatening injuries. And in fact, she gets out and arrests the guy.
I was going to say, did she shoot out the tires? What did she do here?
No,
Okay.
I think that she gets out of the vehicle, which is damaged, and she, as well as others, were able to get him into custody and arrest him.
So you probably allegedly had perhaps a man who is committing domestic violence with perhaps a female spouse. She files for the PFA. They come to serve it. He's pissed off. Then probably gets triggered by a female cop and then does what you reported that he did. Wow.
Yeah, so.
Scumbags.
So she was, they said that as far as the officer, again, she's a 19-year veteran. She was pretty shaken up and that, the airbags went off. So you get hit by that.
Yeah.
But she was able to get out of the vehicle, still arrest the guy, help arrest the guy. But now he's expected to be charged with assaulting a police officer in addition to all of this going on. But we talked a lot about domestics, how dangerous they are for cops.
Oh, yes. Yeah. It's a very unenviable position to be in for any of the people involved in those domestic relation issues.
Yeah, indeed. We talked about the NTSB, that preliminary report on the fire that consumed part of that 6-car SEPTA train last month, Delaware County, Pennsylvania. A fiery scene. I mean, just really devoured, especially that one train car that we had talked about. No injuries reported, but $10 million at least in damages. Looks like it was electrical. One of the questions, if they smelled a burning smell, why didn't they just stop it and proceed from there? So that's one of the angles that they're looking at as far as the investigation. That's the preliminary. We got to talk about all the storms rolling through our region. Down trees this morning, some roadways blocked off across the region, really, and that's Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. And so I know that PECO, several power companies have reported power outages, down trees. It looks like, I was looking at how much rain we got, more than 1.5 inches of rain, which set a record. And so I don't have any injuries reported. That's the good news. Earlier this morning, they did report at some point eastbound lanes of I-76. At one point by Montgomery Drive, those were all flooded out. And then there was a problem on the Schuylkill Expressway moving forth toward University City early this morning.
Yeah.
So.
I'll tell you what, did you guys have any issues with your major roadways where you live? I was taking the girls to dance, and we take Germantown Pike up through out towards Methacton High School to Eagleville to Collegeville. Man, branches everywhere, massive puddles. And even with my truck, I was like, let me just go around. I don't even want to try to drive through it, play it safe, the whole bit. It was a disaster.
Greg, were you going to say?
No.
Okay. I know Easton Road, they shut down. There's this huge banner, like near the Abington section of Philadelphia, outside Philadelphia, obviously Monco. This huge banner, sign, I guess, from a building, and that blew into Eastern Road.
No.
So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So it was significant. Huge trees uprooted when you have the combo of the high wind and then all the rain. So I know the cleanups are continuing, but the good news, no injuries. But if you're headed out Philadelphia airport or area airports, call ahead. They did have some major delays last night. Still a few this morning. Trump news, we've talked about the fact as far as Donald J. Trump demanding that Hamas terrorists release all of the hostages in Israel. That's a headline this morning. And as well, the Trump tariff news that President Donald J. Trump granting that 1-month exemption on his new tariffs that he's talked about, and the reciprocal tariffs that he had mentioned in his speech this week on the imports from Mexico and Canada for U.S. automakers. So he had this pause comes after he had a conversation with the big three automakers. So we know Ford, General Motors, among them Stellantis, and White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had mentioned that.
I heard somebody say something the other day that I think is interesting, and I'm just curious both of your opinions on it. I heard somebody say that the United States is no longer a manufacturing company; we are a consumer country. Excuse me.
And I think you're right. I think that's why Trump.
So doesn't that make the tariff thing a little harder because we don't make anything here. We buy things here. Right. I mean, we're the ultimate consumer for China's garbage.
Yeah. You outsource everything, you lose a lot of leverage.
Yeah.
Although I saw, and this is according to Bloomberg, the as far as the tariffs go, and Mexico and Canada, I'm assuming these numbers are accurate. But I think that this would then counter that point as far as leverage goes. But then again, I'm not an expert on this. 35% of Mexico's GDP is exports to the United States. Only 1.2% of America's GDP is exports to Mexico, which you would interpret that, at least I am, as advantage America. And then with Canada, with the tariffs, and we heard Polyev yesterday basically echoing the same thing Trudeau said, 22% of Canada's GDP is exports to America, but yet for us, only 1.5% of our GDP is exports to Canada. Those two numbers would tell me leverage advantage the United States, but then to what you just said, Greg, which I agree with, so I don't know where that puts us at.
Well, I think that's why the experts say that they cannot afford this. So will there be a short-term thing? And that's what. So the big three, they're saying, hey, this is too sudden for us.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I think that what Trump is saying, and the word is that this morning is that he said to them, you got to figure this out. What I think during the pandemic, this is my theory on just interviewing so many experts. I think that what Trump is saying is, first of all, he wants to bring back some of these manufacturing jobs.
Well, we
lost too many, number one. But number two, remember what happened during the pandemic. We realized, oops, we need all this stuff like, our medication, even the stinking masks were made in China. The medication was made in China. We're too dependent on this. We need to have some of our, and plus with the jobs. I mean, so I think he wants to bring the jobs back.
But we as consumers like things fast and cheap. Mm-hmm. And if they're made here, they're not going to be fast and cheap because China can, they pay their people, $2 a week and they can pump out a bunch of crap that we don't need.
Right.
So
it's the catch-22 of convenience, right?
But why is it cheap? It's cheap, according to Trump and the experts, it's cheap because we let them bring it into us to sell it cheap, and we don't charge them nearly enough. That's why Trump was saying reciprocal tariffs. Whatever you charge us, we're going to charge you, and make it in, equity, not equity, equality.
Yeah.
Right. But I think that's his point, that they need us. We're the gluttons of the world.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, honest to God, we buy so much stuff.
Yeah, we do.
In the world, and they all need us way more.
But we also don't, for the majority of people don't care where things come from. They just want it on their doorstep, fast and cheap. That's all they care about.
Yeah.
So if it's made in Hong Kong or Thailand or whatever, they don't care.
Right.
They just want it there the next day.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's why when Trump said in the State of the Union or whatever that was about the little bit of pain, a little bit of we're a society that doesn't have we don't have the patience.
No.
We're a society that's instant gratification.
Right. We don't think the long game out.
And that's what he's looking at. What I feel that Trump is doing is he's negotiating the best deal, because this is who we are. Okay, so first of all, I think he wants us to have some of these jobs here. So God forbid something happens, the next pandemic, we're not caught with our pants down again.
You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I don't disagree with that. I'm all for making things here. I'm just saying, as a society, we don't have the patience or the attention span for a little bit of pain. Let's do that. Like, we want things fast and cheap because we're used to it.
And we're lazy,
used to it,
right? Like nowadays, why leave your house to drive 6 miles one way to go to Sam's Club for product X when you can just do it in your underwear through Amazon and it's going to show up on your doorstep 7 hours later.
Last night, we needed a couple of things from the store, and it was pouring down rain, and I didn't feel like going out. So I went on my app, and I got it. I paid an astronomical fee to have somebody deliver it to my house.
Oh, you got groceries delivered?
Yeah.
How was that experience?
Because I just didn't. Yeah. Yeah, I do it all the time.
What was the additional charge? Did it make everything like 30% higher?
Yeah. Everything's higher, but I wanted it I wanted it fast.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So I was just like, I don't care. Whatever it takes, I don't want to go out in this rain. You know what I mean?
That's
what I'm talking about.
If I tried to order groceries and there was a 30% additional charge, my wife would shoot me at point blank range. Right in the skull. By the way, Forbes, I know we're getting on a tangent here, but with what you're talking about with tariffs, Dawn, in the news here, Forbes says these are the following percentages of tariffs that Canada imposes on the United States. Chicken, Canada tariffs us at 263%, turkey 179%, butter 175%, milk 155%, cheese 147%, and then things like beef and pork over 75%, eggs, flour, wheat, orange juice on down the list, the peanut butter at 25%. I don't know how much of those products that we deal with in Canada, but those are the percentages of those items That is staggering.
It's
I
a
did not know.
ripoff.
We're getting played.
Yeah. So maybe we don't have. Maybe that's. I think you're bringing.
Again,
you guys are bringing up a good. Greg's bringing up a good point.
I was ripped off yesterday by having 5 items that I could have just gone to the store to get myself cheaper.
But you took the bait.
But I took the bait because I didn't want to go out and it was easier. And now the technology is there, so I will just say to hell with it. I'm gonna go and let somebody else do this. Give them a nice tip. Pay 30% more for these items because it's easier. That's all I'm saying. Is that like. EKZ says that he like many people pay a little bit more because the products are made here. That's not the majority of people. It's just not.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the average person that's oblivious to society and life doesn't even know where their products come from.
Yeah.
Much less look.
Do you know I think I told you guys the story. My dad, he still does this, but for his whole life he would say, I'm not buying anything unless it says made in the USA.
Yeah, there are a lot of,
you know what I mean?
There are people like
That's
that,
my
but
dad.
it's not the majority
But
of people.
it's not the majority.
Well,
yes.
there's
The
also-
people that listen to this radio station and chat on YouTube, yes, of course they're like that. But it's not the majority of people.
Yeah. But, I think it depends on the item, too. There's a lot of people that are, steadfast believers in buying their vehicle, buying American, right? There are other people that will go beyond just, I'm only driving an American vehicle and it's products 2, 3, and 4. And then you have that select few out there that are looking at tags. They are legitimately, shopping for American only across the board, which is very difficult to achieve that. If anybody out there can sit there today, honestly, in this audience and say, everything that I have, what I don't care what category it is, 90% is made in the USA. I'd love to know how long and how much of a monotonous process that was for you.
It's true.
Because that's a painful exercise to achieve if you're trying to achieve a 75% quota on buying American, that's going to take a lot of time.
I'm not saying it can't be done, and I'm not saying there aren't people that do it. I know there are. I know some of them. But I'm just saying it's not the majority of people. People don't care where things are made. They just want it fast and cheap.
Where's my cell phone case made?
Thank you.
Well,
Pakistan.
Speaking of, getting consumers the best deal, how much have you been paying? What's the cost of your sanctuary city? I'll just give you a headline. And because you think about a city like Chicago, how much their own mayor admits they spent on illegals over the past 4 years, $574.5 million. A little over $500 million.
Oh, my goodness.
New York City, $6.9 billion. I don't have the numbers for Philadelphia because, our Philadelphia mayor was not called to this hearing yesterday. But I think the revelation here, and the Boston mayor wouldn't say because she said, well, we don't ask people, we just help people. But, I do wonder as far as in Philadelphia or even if you live in Chester County, Montgomery County, all these, New Jersey, the entire state, how much has this cost us?
I got to say, that Boston mayor is a special kind of stupid, isn't she?
Yeah,
she's just, I thought Kenny was bad. She might be worse.
Her and Brandon Johnson with their comments on illegal immigration in their city saying this is your home is just staggering.
We have all that coming up at 7:45.
So you want to hear it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's shocking, but also you want to think about the fact if they spent that much on their sanctuary cities, are we on par with that? So I just wanted to headline that one. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union this morning. You can apply today for a home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union to leverage the equity in your home and then turn it into cash. Get a fixed rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com for all the details. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender insured by NCUA. First Harvest Credit Union, thank you for sponsoring our second edition of Kayal and Company News Live this morning.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. The cut sheet in 25 minutes. But up next, New Jersey we go. It's Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You got to make the kitchen magic happen. Yeah, magic in your kitchen. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come true and really come to life for more than 45 years across our region and bringing those for 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Kitchen Magic's experts, they're going to guide you every single step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to the top-notch installation. So whether refacing new cabinetry or maybe a complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with high-quality American-made products. And your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, you can enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. 40% off. Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Get 40% off the cost of installation. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust, no matter what you're up to. Give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you. Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit nordvpn.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at nordvpn.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. We all want to trust the people that service our cars, and that's why you should get to United Tire and Service for their fast and friendly service. Whether it's a fast oil change or a needed engine repair, they take the time to get to know you and your car. Always working to get you the very best tire prices. They shop the competition to save you money on all major brands. Check out one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations or schedule an appointment at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
726, live on a Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly here as well. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. Listen to us the old-fashioned way on your AM radio dial, 1210 WPHT. Also, if you can't get the show live, like my brother-in-law just texted me saying I've been very busy lately. I've been coming and going, checking in, checking out because of family obligations. You can get the podcast.
Absolutely.
iTunes and Spotify.
By the way, speaking of that, Nick Kayal, I'm really glad you brought this up.
Yeah.
Podcasts.
Yeah.
You sent something a couple weeks ago,
Yes.
right, where I'm going through.
Good reviews.
Yeah, we're getting some good reviews on both Apple and Spotify, right?
Yep.
But we need more.
Yes, we do.
So if you can download the podcast, or subscribe to it. I think you have to subscribe.
Subscribe, yep.
Anywhere you get podcasts, Odyssey, Apple, Spotify, whatever you do, just leave a review. Even if you hate the show.
Yeah, you can give it 5 stars.
Or give it 1 star. It's
Yes.
fine. Say how much you hate me.
Yeah.
And I ruin the show.
Yes.
5
out of 5 on, I believe, iTunes, and a 4.8 out of 5, which I'll take on Spotify.
Yeah, we need more. So please, whenever you get to your destination this morning, if you have a few minutes, just subscribe to the podcast and give us a review. It takes you literally 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And it does a ton for us. If you support what we do, so you support what this radio station does, please make sure you're downloading and subscribing to the podcast and writing a review, if you like it or not.
Yeah, odds are you already have either iTunes or Spotify with music playlists to hear all your favorite jams from back in the day. So while you're there, just look us up. You search Kayal and Company, and the podcast will come right up.
People are ripping me for ordering.
Yeah, we actually have to delve
Groceries.
deeper into this conversation. We're going to bring Phil.
I don't do it. Let me just say this.
Mhm.
Let me just say this honestly. I purposely don't do it often just because it is. I mean, it is a ripoff.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But every once in a while, it's convenient.
Yeah.
So I do it.
We have the cut sheet coming up in 17 minutes. Before and after the cut sheet, there's going to be 3 things that we're going to try to cover here. And there's probably no morning show in the country that's going to go from the Supreme Court denying Trump the request to get out $2 billion in foreign aid. Then we will talk about whether or not in New Jersey your newborn baby is trans or gender queer. And also the value of shopping and getting your groceries delivered to you. And Phil Almquist made a great point. So you have Stalker here who used the delivery service from, was it Instacart that you used? Or a service like
Shipped,
that?
I believe, yeah.
Okay. So you do it that way. I'm still the old-fashioned way. Like, I think a lot of people, I would guess the bulk of our audience gets up, they get in their vehicle, they drive to the grocery store, they get their groceries, they load them up, they go home, they do the whole song and dance with the significant other, putting them away, the whole thing. And then Phil mentioned that you also have, and Phil, jump in here, when you're at the grocery store, and I've seen these individuals that work for Giant specifically or whatever grocery store you go to, they're walking around with the big push cart and the bags, and they're checking off your list that you wanted them to shop for you, and then I think maybe you show up at the in the fire lane and they
And just
bring
pick
it
it up.
out,
Yep.
like curbside service.
Yeah.
Like back in the pandemic, it was you could no contact pickups.
Yeah.
So Phil Almquist, you had some details that you wanted to share. Oh, now Phil's coming running down. I thought okay. So we're like a well-oiled machine today. So here's Phil. I thought Phil was going to join us from his back booth. All right. So you had details on the Instacart situation, which is a similar company to what Greg used.
Yes, absolutely. Well, the whole thing about Instacart is people will go into the grocery store with the order from somebody like a Greg.
Right.
And the shopper card. So they'll go through the whole process. Like yesterday. Yesterday was all the rain, like Greg mentioned. No one wants to go out, so they'll go online. They'll use an Instacart type service, and they'll go through the cashier and have all these orders. But there were a few orders, because I was in the grocery store yesterday, and there were like 2 or 3 items.
Right.
Through Instacart.
Through Instacart. So, and I have no idea what the price of those items are. But, I mean, if it's $15 for those 3 items, you're that lazy that now you're going to cough up $28 because you don't want to get your ass off the couch?
Yeah.
By the way, let me just talk about my bona fides here real fast because, yes, I'm in a position right now where I can do this. But I was also the guy at 19, 18, 20 years old who was delivering pizzas in blizzards because I knew I would get a ton of business and play because nobody wants to go out in blizzards.
Okay.
So I would, everybody else was like, oh, I don't know if I can drive this. I had this little junky car. I think it was like a Neon or something like that.
The Dodge Neon.
It was terrible in bad weather.
Terrible in the sun.
And I would make sure that I was always on call for delivering pizzas because I knew I would get tons of tips.
So you seized the opportunity when others were lazy. You were like, I'll just scoop up all the cash.
100%. So like I've done that. I've been on the other side of this.
Okay.
Now I'm fortunately in a position that I can do this.
Right.
But I wasn't then.
Yeah. Well, so I've seen the people that work specifically like at a Giant doing the grocery thing. I have never seen the let's call them the Ubered food drop or the DoorDash Eats people that drop off food. I've never seen that occur in a grocery store. If it's happening, I'm oblivious to it. I just think
you
they're a normal
see
consumer.
these carts to come through because they have massive carts, like the big massive cart to go around the whole thing.
So they bring their own cart?
No,
Like
the store cart. The store cart, but it's the bigger one,
big
not
one.
the little small individual one.
I love the small little individual
But not only that, but in this big massive cart, they'll have 3 orders, and they're all huge orders regularly.
Yeah.
And then they'll go, okay, so this is this order. Now, process the order. Here's the receipt so they can make sure that particular Instacart person is getting it. And then go to the next one. And, it takes like 20 minutes through the cashier's line.
This is amazing.
Am I the only person on this show?
Yes.
And we could ask Dawn, but she's not here. Am I the only person on the show that delivers, that gets food delivered?
You guys know me. We've talked about this in the past with the cost of groceries. I love grocery shopping. I find it therapeutic. I don't know if it was I was raised this way. My mom, back in the day when she was alive and I was a kid, she was a Saturday morning grocery store shopper. It was like a routine religion for her. She was there at 8 o'clock, and my dad used to bust her balls all the time. He would say, Maggie, what do you think, they're going to run out of food? You got to get there at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning? And she would do it. So now we're Sunday morning shoppers now for the most part, but I do it every Sunday morning with or without the wife, with or without the girls, and I love it.
Michael on the YouTube chat says, I drive for Instacart part-time and can make an extra $2K a month. It pays for my alimony and child support. See, Kayal, Phil,
divorce is expensive.
There you go. You guys can make some extra cash.
$2K. He can make $24,000 a year.
Oh, dude, especially yesterday in the rain. Like, I know what those drivers are going through. I overtip 100%. I overtip.
I mean, kind of getting back to like this laziness, and then also where we are as a consumer country versus a manufacturing and a production company. Think about that. It started out with delivery drivers. Then we get DoorDash and Uber Eats. I've even seen, not that I've utilized this, but I've thought about it, you can have liquor and alcohol delivered on an app, which actually makes sense because if you've been drinking at home, the worst thing you can do is get in your car and drive back to the store, right?
Depending on where you are, I think.
Yes.
I don't think everybody can get that.
Yeah, some states don't permit it. And now we're at this point where if you don't want to go get your groceries, a grocery store employee will pick them out for you, or you could do the Instacart, whatever method that Stocker is doing. What is next? I mean, are we going to be at the point? I mean, we already know, the Home Depots and the Lowe's, they'll bring the truck with the washer and dryer. I mean, is there any area or avenue of commerce out there that is about to go by the wayside because Americans are too fat and lazy to get off their ass? What's next to be just basically dropped off on your doorstep?
Well, the only other option really would be directly go through General Mills and have it go directly from the manufacturer to you. I mean, that's eliminate all the, shopping place. I mean, just say that is really it.
That is interesting. And that's probably not too far. I wouldn't be surprised if there's companies out there that do that already that we just don't know about. Right?
That is entirely possible.
The day my daughters ask for cereal delivered on the doorstep, I'm going to doge everybody. I'll tell you that right now. 855-839-1210. All right, so the other story that we wanted to get to was from our buddy Matt Rooney, and I want to tie these two together. I've got this story from Fox News about Republican and independent voters reacting positively to Trump when he declared that the U.S. will be woke no longer.
Our
country will be woke no longer.
So we gave you yesterday the Bucks County CNN focus group that we played for you. So Fox News Digital did a focus group of Democrats, Republicans, and independents. And they gave their reaction to Trump's condemnation of wokeness and the declaration that there are only two genders during his speech to a joint session of Congress. In two separate dial tests administered by Maslansky and partners, Lee Carter, for Fox News Digital on Tuesday night, the three sets of voters indicated how they felt about the two prominent moments from the address as they happened. And the two most notable results showed that both Republican and independent voters reacted very favorably to Trump's proclamation that the U.S. will be woke no longer, while Democrat voters revealed their negative feelings towards his statement. Now, of course, there is, if you get into the weeds here, there are some Democrats that are against wokeness, and then, of course, there's, those are your moderate, classic liberal Democrats like Bill Maher that thinks this woke stuff is absurd. And then, of course, you have your far-left progressives that, have adopted it as their gender and their religion and everything else. And that leads us to this story that I saw from Rooney on X last night, our boy Matt Rooney. You hear him Sunday nights from 7 to 10 here on 1210. And he also has a very popular website called SaveJersey.com, where the headline is, New Jersey hospitals and medical institutions are asking new parents if their newborn baby is transgendered or gender queer. Oh my God. We can delve into the specifics here, and there's some quotes from South Jersey's Inspira hospital system and what their protocol for going about this is. There's legislation. You've got Phil Murphy involved, the whole bit. But could you imagine, just my initial reaction would be, and I think I gave this story before, when my wife was pregnant with our twin daughters, I was there in the delivery room. Out comes Olivia, out comes Mia, and all of a sudden my blood sugar dropped, and I was ready to pass out. The nurse looks over. She's like, Mr. Kayal, would you like to step out and get an apple juice? You look like you're ready to faint. I'm like, yeah, I'm not feeling too hot right now. I saw a lot of things I did not want to see. I can't imagine a doctor or a nurse in that setting or after the baby is born, and I'm going to totally butcher this. I forget what the process is like. They clean the baby off, they swaddle him, then they go into that room where they lay him down on the thing, and they're doing all the tests. Could you imagine if a nurse or a doctor came up to you and asked you about your baby being either gender queer, transgender, or anything other than what your ultrasound might have revealed as to whether or not the baby, and I forget this, Dawn, you can slap me upside the head or correct me. When you find out your baby's gender, I don't know, is it month 4, month 6? I forget. But we found out our twins were going to be girls. And I was like, all right, well, there are either going to be 2 boys in there, 2 girls, 1 of each, right? Could you imagine what these hospitals, how insane they've gone, that you can come up to a parent and ask that question? And what do you think the reaction is? And I get it, it's New Jersey, but what do you think the reaction is from the average parent that looks at, and that doesn't live politics like we do, that maybe never has even heard of these terms like genderqueer, transgendered, and the other 12 that apparently exist on forms that you fill out for a woke doctor? Could you imagine what that would be like as a mom after you just went through labor? Forget the dad for a moment. What does the mom think?
No, and is this the actual, I know Matt Rooney, who's also an attorney in he lives in New Jersey, but is this now common in every hospital?
He says, according to his, I guess this would be considered reporting, Rooney says, I'm told by a reliable source that this particular system that is used by the South Jersey Inspira hospital system ceased using this particular form after obtaining a waiver late last year. My guess is here, and if, for some reason Rooney's not in a courtroom and he's listening, I would love to hear his perspective on this. My guess is this is a lot like that story in Vanderbilt down in Nashville that we talked about, where the Vanderbilt hospital was performing a lot of these transgender mutilation performances and procedures, and people got wind of it. Guys like Matt Walsh, they started writing about it and covering it, and they scrubbed their website, where all of a sudden that procedure just disappeared from the public eye. I'm assuming that these forms have now been adjusted after, I'm going to guess, people were outraged over the findings of this. I mean, we're talking about brains not being fully formed to go through these procedures until you're in your mid-20s. I'm of the belief, if you can serve your country and die in war at 18, you want to chop off a body part, change your gender, whatever it might be, go through those procedures, knock yourself out. But a newborn baby?
We have the Phil
is.
just put it up there. Sexual orientation and gender identity questionnaire.
Yes, and this is Inspira Health, which I've heard of before. So this is not just a one-off hospital for sure. This is a big company.
So is this something that they're doing like a study?
No, they're asking the parents to declare your newborn baby as something other than male or female. Look on YouTube right here. You'll see it.
What sex was your baby assigned to at birth?
Right.
But I mean, I know that they're doing it, but I've never heard of this.
But how does a parent? And this is where these absurd things start. So let's
like I have relatives across the country who had babies within the past year.
Yeah.
And family members, and nobody had this.
Well,
so.
they probably go to a common sense normal hospital or use normal medical care. So you've got the assigned at birth sex, which is your biology. There's only two. You can only come out of mommy's womb as a boy or a girl. And then it's right below it. Now, how do you identify your baby as? I'll play along with this facade. Well, what happens if the baby finds out that mommy and daddy said, this male, actually, when you look at the identity, is transgender female / trans woman / male to female. What if that baby, all of a sudden at 17 years old, says, you know what? How dare you, mom and dad, declare me this on day 8? I'm changing that around. This is like an absurd world we're living in. I can't believe this is real life. But you, I'm sitting, when I was born, this is going to sound like, old man, get off my lawn. I didn't get to pick my name. My parents said, you're Nick, and you'll go by Nick as long as you're in this house. And if you want to change your name when you're legally eligible to change your name, knock yourself out. Now we're letting parents assign genders after what you were officially assigned at birth in upside down world.
Do you identify your baby as female, male, transgender, female, trans woman, male to female, transgender, male, trans man, female to male, gender queer, neither exclusively male nor female, additional gender category?
Self-described. Please specify. Yeah, please write a dissertation on what you think your kid will declare himself or herself to be.
And this is, we have the photo on YouTube if you want to see this. Yeah. YouTube.com/@1210.
Shut these institutions down. Yeah. Doge everybody. What are we doing here? Really?
So I looked up how many babies are born with both genitalia, male and female. 1.7% of babies are born with what's called intersex conditions.
So they have
with all kinds of variations.
So they have both male parts and female parts.
Which is a thing. I have a couple relatives who are nurses, and so the stat is about 1 in every 2,000 has some kind, but there are all these different variations.
So what do we
used to call them? Hermaphrodites, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that story?
Yeah, she was allegedly
supposedly
that. Yeah.
Both?
Yeah. It's not true.
Oh,
it's 100% not true.
But for some reason.
Explains why she's made so many Halloween movies with Mike Myers. So what happens then, Dawn? Because I genuinely don't know. So if you are in that 1.7% that's born with both sides of the equipment, based on what your friends or family that are nurses know, what is the next methodology or mode, or where do they go from there?
So what they usually do is they work with the family to try to figure that out, and it's parents just first of all, you just had a baby, and now you want to do the right thing.
Do we know the percentages of those that are?
That's a good question.
So how many go male? How many go female? How many go undecided? I feel like we're committing to a college here. I'm still undecided.
How many just say I'm gonna have fun with myself?
Stop.
I knew you'd go there. I was trying.
I never need to leave the house.
I'm trying to do real life data analysis here, and you're in the gutter. But that's fine. That's what makes the show go.
So I think the percentages that generally speaking there are more females.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's easier to go female because whatever little male part that's there is very much underdeveloped, and so it's easier to go female
to remove.
Yeah, so that's usually, so that is a thing. Like I say, like one for every 2,000 newborn babies. So there is a situation with that, if in a physical way, but in this case, it just feels like. Remember that famous, who was it, Bill Maher, who had that statement where he said, Isn't it funny how we seem to push this in some parts of the country and then it's not existent in others?
Yes. I've said it's a regional cultural thing for sure. You don't see it in certain sections of the country. And then along the coast, it's far more predominant and talked about. Absolutely. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to a Thursday edition of What's Not on the Cut Sheet because we have a lot to get to. It's Kayal and Company, and we are back after this.
Oh, with all the warm weather and the rain, I walked out last night after all the rain was over and looking at the lawn and thinking about can't wait for spring. You know, when choosing a lawn care service, it makes sense, doesn't it, to just hire a great company that provides better results and is actually safer for you, your family, your pets. And that's why I chose Natural Lawn of America years ago. That's my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without all those harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family, your kids, your pets. And from the organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, they're going to make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Don't just take my word for it. You can join the growing number of homeowners that are switching right now to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program. Do this today. Get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. I'll never forget years ago when I signed up and my husband's like, oh, what's Dawn doing again? And then he did notice the difference. This just naturally just lush green lawn. For me, it's important that it's safer, that I know when the kids are out there, now the grandkids, the dog, the pets, everybody's safer. I love Natural Lawn. You will too. Your lawn deserves the best. Call the best. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
The Philly Boat Show is back, March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show, March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're okay. Yep. Little alien ant farm, if I recall.
You recall correct.
Yeah. Little
Michael
stealing
Jackson.
of Michael Jackson, yeah. All right. I see where we're going today. Phil Almquist coming up in just under 2 hours as we continue here on this Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Also coming up tomorrow, our buddy Sean Farish.
Yeah.
And he could be working on a new little bit. I'm just going to leave that there.
Well, I don't want to get the cart before the horse. Is that the correct terminology, yes. Don Stenson?
Yes, it is.
But I am in contact with Elon Musk. And we are hoping, I believe early next week, to have a Elon Musk, Donald Trump, quote-unquote, debate.
Buckle up.
Or interview.
Yeah.
You know.
Joint fireside chat.
Joint fireside chat, yeah. So we're working out all the logistics as we speak right now because Elon Musk is in Canada.
Yeah. Maybe he has his little Pittsburgh salon hottie with him.
He might.
Yeah.
He might.
I feel really old when I say that, a hottie.
Yeah.
Hey, where did I pull that one from? I'm trying to, be cordial and be respectful on the air.
Yeah, and you're not.
Yeah, I'm not. No. All right, without further ado, let's find out what Stalker has lined up at 7:54. We like to call it What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. That's Meineke.com. Thank you, Meineke, for sponsoring the ever-important Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Okay. Yesterday, Don made reference to this a lot this morning. The mayors of 4 sanctuary cities testified yesterday before the Republican-led House Oversight Committee, where they defended their jurisdiction's immigration policy and treatment of undocumented immigrants. I'm reading directly from CBS News, by the way. There's a little fireworks between AOC and Eric Adams, but I want to start with the Boston mayor.
Friendly fire.
I don't.
AOC, I mean, 2 Democrats going at it.
Well, no, he's Eric Adams is MAGA now because they gave him a sweetheart deal to.
You got to investigate.
Yeah, to drop all those charges. So
Eric Adams.
It's funny how you change your tune.
Yeah.
I'll just Google it, as Sean Farrah says. Cut 12 here. This is this Boston mayor is just she's horrendous. She's a horrendous. I can't believe Boston would vote her in.
I'm telling you, man, this could have been Philadelphia.
I know. She's worse than Kenny. Wu. Michelle Wu, is that
Yes.
it? Her message to illegals. Roll it.
You belong here. This is your home.
Yes.
Boston es tu hogar. Boston c'est la caillou. 这是你的家. This is our city. We are the safest major city in the nation because we are safe for everyone.
When you actually read some of the press clippings from the Boston, I think it's the Herald. Yeah. There's another paper up there as well. Her policies are almost identical, and this is across the left-wing mayoral spectrum. So it's the same game that Brandon Johnson's playing in Chicago. Whoever's out there, in L.A. and San Francisco. But this is identical to what we would have had with Helen Gim. Dawn, you talk about Sherelle Parker being, much more moderate compared to her counterpart, which would have been Helen Gim. We could have had this in Philadelphia, and thank God we don't. And Stalker, you're sitting here saying she's worse than Kenny.
I believe that.
I mean, that makes you think of what the hell Helen Gim would have been capable of. Could she have been worse than Kenny and Wu? That would have been scary, and that would be our backyard.
Am I out of line for saying that? She's worse than Kennedy?
Kenny?
Yeah.
The past mayor here? No.
Yeah.
I think you're correct. She is, and the fact that she cannot be accountable to tell the people in Boston how much their tax dollars have gone to welcome in all these folks. Because I think this mayor, certainly Mayor Wu, takes a salary. How come Mayor Wu doesn't take a pay cut to, fund all of this?
I'm such
What?
an infant child.
What?
I just let it woo.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
I love Kenny Wu from Mighty Ducks too. The figure skater that turned hockey player, he was great.
Or Dr. Wu from Silly Dan.
Dr. One last thing on this, as far as Wu and some of these Democrat mayors. I mean, imagine you're sitting there and you go back to what she said, almost verbatim. No, this is your home. You belong here. No, think about how illogical that is. You are in the country illegally, and she's saying, no, Boston is your home. No, your home is the Middle East or somewhere in Mexico or South America or wherever the hell you came from illegally when the gates were opened up the last 4 years from the Biden administration. I mean, that's like going into, a retail establishment, breaking in, and then the manager of the retail establishment saying, no, you're fine. You belong here. You can stay here. No, you can't. We closed an hour ago. Get the hell out.
Chicago's mayor. So that was Boston. Let's now go to Chicago. This is cut 13, Phil. This is Brandon Johnson, who might actually. This is like a murderer's row of.
I actually think he's the worst.
Awful people.
I didn't know that it could get worse than Lori Lightfoot in Chicago.
Yeah,
he has managed to pull off a single-digit approval rating.
Well, I will say this, guys. At least Philadelphia was not here. Not represented. So I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah.
We are a sanctuary city, are we not?
We are. And the problem is that I don't know that we keep statistics, much like Boston.
Yeah.
Because a sanctuary city technically does not keep those stats. So unless somebody somewhere is keeping the stats, then you, as a taxpayer, don't actually know how many millions of dollars or billions in some cases.
Let me play devil's advocate with you, because you're a city resident. You pay city taxes. I don't. Mm-hmm. Do you believe that they don't know the numbers? Because we know what the motive here is, right? We've established, and Elon Musk even said it just recently on the Rogan podcast, the whole objective of flooding the gates with the border is to bring in illegals, and the math is I don't know how Elon Musk arrived at that number. It might be accurate. It could be a total lie. It could be somewhat off. 80% will end up voting Democrat. So do you find it odd that these cities that are hoping with the objective of getting them to be registered voters sooner rather than later don't know the math and don't know the numbers? I find that hard to believe, especially in the swing states where these sanctuary cities are located. Pennsylvania, swing state, Philadelphia, they don't know. Are you buying that? I'm not.
Well, but I'm halfway there. I mean, I think certainly they know how much that they have the services that they provide.
Right.
But I feel that if you're a taxpayer and all of our taxes have gone up, I think they owe it to us to tell us, well, are our city tax dollars, state tax dollars going to the services to house and feed and clothe individuals who've come to this country illegally, who are currently here without court dates illegally, and we have to pay for that?
Yeah.
Because I'm saying you guys who decide that, you all need a huge pay cut, meaning any elected official.
Yes. And I would think that stance from anybody that's paying attention to this is probably, I don't think you're in the minority, Dawn, when you say that, as far as those people taking those pay cuts, because you're the taxpayer that's affording these people to have those salaries. I would also love to know, too, what is the population shift in these big sanctuary cities over the last 4 years? Okay, so Boston or Philadelphia, income 200,000 illegal immigrants. But how many people are leaving that jurisdiction because of this? And what's the net positive or net loss in those? Because we've seen blue state exodus, it's a red state. I'd love to know what the city numbers look like on a sanctuary level.
I mean, as far as Philadelphia, the number that is the common number that we hear, and this is as of like January 1st, 50,000 illegals here in the city of Philadelphia. But so what does that look like? In other words, are they all working? Because if you're illegal, then how do you have a job? Do you have a health care plan? If you don't have a health care plan, how are you getting health care services? How much does that cost? You know what I mean?
And the fact that there's so much murkiness and unanswered questions and clouds that hang over all of this, that automatically should, draw red flags from anybody that's remotely curious about any of this and skeptical. Why do we not know these answers?
Yeah, and also to your point, for people, let's say they are here illegally. I mean, that was one case of the one situation here in the city with that it was a car wash where ICE did come in. It was targeted, but then they said that some of those people who are here illegally, they actually were this was like a human slavery trafficking situation, not sex type thing.
Yeah.
But where the coyote, like somebody wanted to come here, and now you have to do slave labor. So these communities are much more likely to be taken for granted. They're much more likely, perhaps, to not get the health care they need, and you know what I mean, that sort of thing.
Sure.
So why would you put people that you allegedly care about in peril, in harm's way?
All right, this is Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. By the way, it was Eric Adams from New York, Michelle Wu from Boston, Brandon Johnson from Chicago, and Mike Johnson from Denver, I believe.
Yes.
Were the four that were held or that were grilled from the House Oversight Committee. This is Mayor Brandon Johnson refusing to confirm he will turn over criminal illegal aliens to ICE. Roll it.
Mayor Johnson, under Chicago law, would you turn this criminal over to ICE on a detainer?
Our local law enforcement works hard every day to get criminals off the streets of Chicago.
Would you turn that criminal over to ICE? That's the problem. That's one of the topics of this conversation. That's one of the problems we've heard from Tom Hammond and from the Homeland Security is that in your cities, when someone's apprehended for a crime and ICE is now with this new federal policy wanting to come in and deport the criminal alien, that you will not cooperate with ICE. Will you turn that criminal over to ICE?
And we do not harbor criminals. Our local police department works hard every single day to ensure that the city of Chicago is
yes
safe.
Or no? Will you turn the criminal over to ICE?
With a criminal warrant from the federal government, our local law enforcement.
I was hoping I wanted to see. I'm guessing he said no. This guy is just giving the same memorized talking point. If you're Tom Homan, I mean, you go in there and you've got these mayors providing the resistance that they are. you deal with them and you do everything that you have been vested and granted as a federal agent. I actually feel bad because you hear Johnson there spewing about the Chicago police officers. I feel bad for the cops that are out there mucking and grinding on a daily basis that are in agreement with Tom Homan and Trump and ICE and Kristi Noem that can't stand the policy or the position of Brandon Johnson, and then they end up being put between a rock and a hard place where, you know that a majority of these officers want to do exactly what Homan is, trying to do as he goes from city to city, whether it's Denver or anywhere else, Philadelphia, down to Atlanta. We've seen kind of the tracker, so to speak, of where ICE has been, maneuvering throughout the country. And you have these politicians, these unlikable people like Brandon Johnson. Again, I think one of the polls had him at a 6% or a 9% approval rating. Nobody in Chicago is probably on board with his policy. And yet, for some reason, the media will vilify the Homans of the world or the police officers, not Brandon Johnson.
Yeah.
Again, upside down world we live in.
But that guy in particular, that was Denver, right?
That was Brandon Johnson.
That was Brandon Johnson?
Yeah, Chicago.
That was the Chicago one?
Yeah.
Because there was the other one, which was, maybe I'm getting ahead of you, but the one where we had law enforcement injured because there was a Venezuelan gang member, and I believe that one was the Denver one.
Yes,
was that the
Colorado?
Aurora, Colorado. Yeah.
And so in that one, that you had law enforcement injured because this, alleged, I have to say alleged, dangerous gang member who was jailed, and now they Tren de Aragua.
Adios.
But they let the guy out.
Yeah.
And so now they say to ICE, well, you can go in the parking lot and get him.
Tom Homan was on his favorite network last night, Fox News.
Was he on the payroll yet as a talent?
He was. So he apparently still is because he's on every show every day. Talking about what Boston Mayor Michelle Wu said for sticking up for illegal immigrants. This is what he said. Cut 21, go.
Look, I was on an airplane today. I didn't see that hearing, but thank you for playing that because now I want to sleep like a baby. Because if I can get to live in her mind rent-free every day, that's kind of cool. I love my job. I work for the greatest president in my lifetime. We're making America safe again. President Trump promised American people we're going to shut down illegal alien crime in this country. That's exactly what we're doing. Mayor Wu should be standing side by side with me. Who does not want to bring hell to an illegal alien that raped a child? Not one, many of them. I stopped counting at 9.
He really does love his job. And if I recall correctly, the backdrop, Homan was in retirement, correct? Mm-hmm. When Trump said, I want you to come out of retirement, I believe, and take over the border czar role. And, yeah, we were just kind of having fun there about his media appearances and how he's plastered all over the TV. But I did say yesterday, and I think it's accurate, what he's doing is he's advertising. He's telling you that he is coming to your city. He is bringing hell, and it's shown in the numbers.
It is, but there's a lot of nuance to all of this that everybody just kind of lumps it all in together. Well, we're arresting a bunch of illegals. Great. But you arrest them, you detain them, and then you deport them.
Right.
And the numbers vary between arrests, which are up, detentions, which are up, but deportations are not.
That's correct.
So there's still that fly in the ointment there where they're arresting them, they're detaining them, but they're not deporting them.
And then there's the other side of it is border crossings and border entry. So you're looking at it from they're already in the country. We're going to round them up, and where do they go from there? But I think the advertising has really paid off when you look at the illegal border encounters. I just want to recite these numbers. I gave these to you, I think, on Monday. So in February of 2022, that would be the beginning of year 2 for Biden. We saw, this is February alone, 166,000 encounters. Go ahead to February of 2023, 156,000 encounters. Go ahead to 2024, just 13 months ago, 189,000 encounters at the border. Fast forward to this year, February of 2025, 8,326. That's a drop off of 150-some thousand, 180-some thousand on those numbers. I think the advertising is paying off.
Agreed.
Because people are saying, man, if I had a thought about it, it's probably not going to happen unless I have major guts.
You're 100% right.
Can I just interject really quick something, and that is to Greg's point. One of the reasons about deportations, look, amidst all this, during any administration, you still have rights in America.
Mm-hmm.
So even though they can arrest people, they still have to read them their rights, inform them fully, provide them an attorney, provide them an interpreter. They still have to go through everything as far as these individuals have full rights.
Mm-hmm.
I will also point out to you that President Trump, they need more funding. They're running out of money for these deportations as well because it's expensive.
Yes.
AOC and Eric Adams. I think this was at the same hearing. This was the House Oversight Committee.
With Comer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She questioned Eric Adams on the DOJ move to drop the criminal case against him. They kind of went back and forth on this. Let's play a little bit of this, Phil, if you will.
Mayor Adams, on January 31st of 2025, your attorneys met with federal prosecutors regarding the charges of bribery, campaign finance fraud, and conspiracy against you. Were you aware of this meeting prior to its occurrence?
Congresswoman, as
microphone, please.
I'm sorry. As I stated,
he's a rocket
to
scientist,
your
isn't he?
colleagues, and I'm going to continue to state because we're asking the same question over and over again.
This is a new question.
This case is in front of Judge Ho, and out of deference to
I
our
understand,
criminal justice
Mayor Adams.
process, I'm going to
Mayor Adams,
defer this
as your
to the
counsel,
court.
I'm sure will inform you. The only permissible way to refuse to answer a question during a congressional proceeding such as this is by pleading the Fifth Amendment. Deference to the judge is not a permissible excuse for not answering questions during a congressional hearing. Is it your intention to plead the Fifth today?
Councilwoman, you said the only way that you can't answer a question is to plead the Fifth. I am answering your question. I'm answering your question directly. That
You are not, Mayor Adams.
Okay, I believe I am.
I will ask it again. Were you aware of the meeting between your attorneys and federal prosecutors on January 31st? Answering this question is a yes or a no.
And I'm going to answer it again. Out of deference to Judge Ho, with this case
That is not an answer, Mayor Adams.
He is going to deal with the outcome of the case.
He's a
Mayor
slimy
Adams,
son
is
of a
it your
bitch.
intention to not comply with this?
Is he under a judge's order?
I don't know. Somebody's speaking to him right now. That might be his attorney or something.
As I stated, I'm answering your questions, and what you're doing, let's be clear on, you're asking me about communications between my attorney and I. And I don't think that is appropriate to be asking a question between my attorney and I, because we are in a country of law and order.
I understand.
And your
So, Mayor
relationship
Adams,
and communication
in your city when you're mayor.
should be
Exactly.
Who is your attorney?
Let me just pause that for a second.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like watching Dumb and Dumber right here. I mean, this is woke eating woke, and this is I've been telling you for years. This is always what happens. Eventually, they will turn on each other. I'm not sure if it gets more animated there. By the way, that's the softest I've ever heard AOC speak in her life. Normally, she's at like a level 10 volume wise. She's at like level 1 there. But for him to sit there, and you're right, he is slimy, and he is just doing whatever he can to handle his own bottom line in light of all the developments in his political career the last 15 months. But to sit there and say you're all about law and order, really? I mean, do we have to bring up Daniel Penny? Do we have to bring up the subway crimes? Do we have to bring up all the issues that New York City and Dawn, your husband Larry, can attest to it and talk to it better than anybody on this show because he goes in there every day for work. That is really rich for him to bring up law and order, which is actually sad because he's a former police officer. And the fact that you could be a police officer in your prior life professionally, obviously I think if you're a cop, you believe in law and order, or else you probably don't take that job. And then to become a anti-law and order mayor in the biggest city in the country, it's disgraceful, actually.
I don't like anything about this. I don't like Eric Adams. I think he's a sleazy guy who's just trying to make a deal. I don't like the fact that the DOJ is making sweetheart deals with him to drop drop the charges if they cooperate with him. I think this whole thing stinks. I think the whole thing stinks. Thank you.
I don't disagree with the word you said.
As far as the judge he's referring to, I just looked that up. Because if somebody's under a judge's order, although you notice that because she knows that once the lawyer said you're not allowed to force him to answer a question about the protected private communication between attorney-client.
Yeah, it's
There's
a privilege.
Yep. So, but Judge Dale Ho, who's a federal judge, he had in his order. He won't decide until mid-March, I guess. So next week, it looks like he could decide to grant the dismissal. In other words, they put forth to try to dismiss the case against Mayor Adams. So the Judge Ho did put some orders in place. One of them, though, will he or won't he dismiss the case? I mean, we don't know.
Judge Ho.
H-O. Dale Ho.
Dale Ho, not Putin's Ho.
Speaking of that, cut 8, Phil. You played this in the Big Take earlier. I'm going to play it again. Jasmine Crockett eloquently said this.
First of all, thank you for making the back of my head famous. But second of all, if we could do a sequel, if you could tell Donald Trump anything tonight, what would you tell him?
I would tell him to grow a spine and stop being Putin's hoe.
Yeah. Jasmine Crockett, Sean Farish, and I were having a conversation last night, texting and tweeting back and forth about that clip or some of her other comments. There's other videos of Jasmine Crockett, just shooting off her mouth like a nut job. She is the equivalent of the outlandish shock jock radio host that says a whole bunch of stupid crap. It never connects. It never resonates. It creates a soundbite, never gets ratings, and then flames out and fizzles into oblivion. I think that's what Jasmine Crockett's political career. She is, I think, trying to become the female face and voice.
I agree with you.
Of the Democrat Party. In the wake of Kamala Harris crashing and burning, and she is not it.
She's doing the exact opposite of what Schumer and Pelosi and Al Green and all those fossils are doing. She's trying to take a younger, hipper approach by cursing and saying outlandish things and not really doing anything. You know what I mean? Like the media loves her because she says stupid things, and then
she's kind of the Joy Reid equivalent where she doesn't get results, but she gets clicks based on what she says.
The shock jock analogy is a good one.
That's really what she is. And how about that, by the way, in the beginning of that video, handing off her fruit punch to another lady. Hold my cocktail, lady. I need to answer this question with a stupid answer.
What did this dumb reporter mean by "you made the back of my head famous"? Does anybody know?
I don't,
because I have some theories and
I can't.
I hope that's not a dirty. Like I was like, oh my goodness.
This schmuck. There was no way he was sitting in front of Jasmine Crockett during the joint address, right? I can't imagine wearing what he's wearing that he was sitting ahead of her. But the worst part too is
snap on.
I try to keep this show.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, because you got your brain all. You're just a mess. I mean, she is. From what I've read online, not on social media, but her background, she attended a $20,000 a year private high school. So she tries to play off that, she has risen up from nothing in poverty. From what I gather, I'm just assuming, I don't know, I went to a public high school. I could never afford to send my girls to a high school that's $20,000 a year. I would think that your parents have to be relatively well off to afford $20,000 a year for grades 9 through 12.
Not necessarily.
No?
No, because they all have huge grant programs, and it's based, so not necessarily at all.
Dawn knows this firsthand.
I know.
Well, yeah, that's right.
I can tell you this.
Germantown Academy ain't cheap.
Is that right?
No. What's wrong with you?
I don't look up that stuff. I'm a public school kid. I don't do that.
Well, I was too, but the private schools are great, but they don't.
Nothing wrong with public school.
No.
Yeah. My kid's going to go to public school.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see about that.
Wait till I get some death threats. Then he's definitely not going to.
Oh, trust me. Like I'm not saying my kids go to bad public school. I mean, with the Wissahickon School District is well regarded as a public public districts, so they'll be fine.
No, I was a public school kid.
Yeah.
I was the first female in my family to graduate with a college degree. And so my attitude when I went to, because my parents were like, we can't afford it. But my attitude was, it's a ticket. No matter what anybody says, it's still a ticket. These private high schools to have, my son's high school right now in Germantown Academy, they have 6 kids sitting at a round table. It's just a superior education.
So the teacher to student ratio much smaller.
It's like 6 to 1.
Yeah, versus what, 25 to 1?
Yeah. It just doesn't compare.
YouTube,
and the opportunities they have, it does not. It's just a game changer.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and hit the bell. Hit the little bell there. Because that will alert you when we are live. Thank you, everybody who watched yesterday and hit the subscribe buttons. We really appreciate it. If you're going somewhere, you can't, get to YouTube when you get to your destination, make sure you give us some play on there by hitting the, and you can see everything that we do here.
Yeah, hit a bunch of buttons and play with us.
Yeah.
But she went to an all-girls Catholic high school in St. Louis. That's where Jasmine Crockett went.
Real fast, I've been sitting on this for a couple of days. Governor Kathy Hochul. Remember we played the video the other day of Andrew Cuomo announcing that he is going to run for mayor. He's going to run for mayor. He's going to win.
Yes.
He will be a contender for the presidency for the Democratic Party in 2028. Like I'm just looking into the future because Cuomos are like herpes. They, you get rid of them and then they keep coming back.
Yeah, they're like the Clintons.
Well, that too. But she was asked about Governor Cuomo because she was his deputy, right? She was the vice governor or whatever it is, like whatever the assistant is. And then when he resigned, she took over. So you would theoretically think that there's some sort of loyalty there. Not so much. Is Cuomo fit to serve as New York City mayor? Wolf Blitzer asks her. This is what she said.
Let's go to the Situation Room.
He is fit to serve as New York's mayor.
First of all, Wolf, congratulations on the new show. Delighted to be on your first episode. Also, here's what I'm going to tell you about the mayor's race. And this is the position you're going to hear today all the way up until the election's over for the primary in June. I will work with whomever the really smart voters of New York City decide they want to be their mayor. That is not up for me to decide. I don't even vote in the city. But I will say also, I will support people ultimately after they're elected who support my agenda of increasing public safety, dealing with the homelessness crisis, people with mental health problems, closing down illegal cannabis shops, making our streets safer. So I'm looking forward to working with whomever wants to partner with me to lift this city up.
Is he
but in
fit
the
to serve?
meantime, I'm not focused on the politics.
No.
I have a state to run. I've got multiple crises, many of them emanating from Washington. I was with children yesterday who are severely ill, who parents are...
All right, so
many crises emanating from Washington. Yeah, a little dig at Trump there. Let me ask you this, because yes, I think Cuomo will be the next mayor. But if you're looking at the presidential election in 2028 from the Democrat side, if I throw out, and I'm going to go in this order of least to most likely. If I said Gavin Newsom from California, Andrew Cuomo from New York, Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania, who would you say is the odds-on favorite to win that Democrat primary if it was down to those three?
Shapiro.
I agree. Dawn, you agree as well? Shapiro over Cuomo and Newsom?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Good talk.
I know. I'm sorry.
That's all right. So that's fine.
I think it's too.
I think New York City is dumb enough to vote Cuomo in as mayor. I don't think the United States as a nation is dumb enough to elect Cuomo as president. And I think what happens here is I think Newsom's dead man walking. He might as well just go all in with the podcast. Maybe he can work with Paul George here with the Sixers and do a pod together. But like you look at Cuomo and Shapiro, there's far more failures and dirt. And I know Shapiro's got a background as well with what happened allegedly or whatever the whole situation was with the female and the court thing. And that'll obviously come into the national spotlight if he goes for it in 2028, and maybe that'll start as soon as 2026 as far as those stories being, given more run on mainstream media or certainly like Fox News. But with Cuomo's failures during the pandemic, the deaths in the nursing home, obviously what happened behind closed doors in his office, the thing with his brother's going to be brought up as well. I mean, I just think you're far more likely to see Shapiro over Cuomo. But that being said,
wait, you're saying Cuomo would run for?
I could see Cuomo running for president.
No, he's.
You don't think so?
Here's the thing: the whole thing that happened with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, it was a Republican. The background with the sexual harassment, that whole thing you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was a Republican he brought into his administration, the lone Republican who he had long been buddies with, who he brings in to work within the administration. Now, is there an accusation that people overlook this, whatever? But Governor Shapiro was far removed from that. There's no allegation he had anything to do with it, and there's really not tangible evidence that he knew about it. So I don't, you know what I mean? Like, that's like saying somebody in this, you know what I mean, in your building was, ultimately is the governor, I guess it's his administration, but he had nothing directly to do with it. I don't see that as a major piece of baggage. What I see with Shapiro is two issues. Number one, he campaigned on the fact, he went on Fox News on the fact, he promised the school vouchers. He promised school choice.
And failed.
Okay, and then line item vetoed it. Canceled it out. That's huge.
Yes,
Number one,
is.
education.
Yep.
And when we spend among the most in the nation on education, that's number one. Number two, progressive policies, especially these policies. I'm telling you, it's that sleeper. The policies that elevate males, allowed in sports against the girls. Those are the two things that will haunt Shapiro unless he turns those two things
True.
around.
I do think he needs to pivot away from the whole, protecting women in sports thing. That you've got to ditch that if you want to have it. Now you might still be able to win the Democrat primary, but you're not going to win, the general against a Republican if it's J.D. Vance with common sense policies. But I would also say when you look at Shapiro, Cuomo, and Newsom, Shapiro, and maybe this, and I guess it could work both ways. He's the lesser known commodity to the nation compared to the other two. I think the nation collectively, when you hear the word Gavin Newsom, knows that name and that face and that voice more than Shapiro. And I would say Cuomo is more of a, if you want to call him a commodity, a known brand than Shapiro. I don't know if that works in his favor, and I'm talking about Shapiro, or against him at that point in time. But I think, we here in Pennsylvania certainly know about him. And never forget this, and kudos to Stalker for nailing this. You said back in the fall or the late summer when Kamala, you were like, I don't think anybody knows really anything about Kamala Harris. She's unknown. And I was like, what are you talking about? She's the vice president of the United States. That's going to be a battle that, if we get a potential matchup of Shapiro against J.D. Vance, both of them are going to have to introduce themselves.
It's going to be Bashir. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be, it's a long way out, but it's going to be Kentucky's governor, Andy Bashir. He's absolutely going to run, in my humble opinion. He's a Southerner. He's moderate. I think that's who Shapiro would worry about, and I think that's why right now you see our governor. What did I report in the early news? He's saying, for those federal employees you're laid off, Pennsylvania wants to hire you. So he's making national news. He's very good at doing that. But I still think Governor Andy Bashir gives him a run for his money. As far as Cuomo, way too many dead bodies in the closet, skeletons in the.
Oh yes.
Cuomo's not going to run for. That's not happening.
Okay.
J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, and Pete Hegseth were at the border yesterday. And,
wow, 3 of them.
Yeah. Let's start with J.D. Vance here. This is cut 15. He answered questions from the press. This one was about the application of tariffs. Cut 15, go.
On tariffs, are any other industries other than automotive reaching out to you guys to carve out special deals? And did the automotive industry know this was coming before today?
Well, a number of industries have reached out to us to ask us for exceptions to the tariffs, but I think the president's been very clear here that he wants the tariffs to apply broadly. He doesn't want to have 500 different industries getting 500 different carve-outs, and the way to avoid application of the tariffs is to have your factory and have your facility in the United States of America. That is the way. Invest in America. That is how you will avoid being penalized by these tariffs.
You know, we were talking about the tariffs yesterday, and I think we kind of framed it as this, game of chicken and who's going to tap out first. Are you surprised? Now, I haven't checked any of the mainstream media sites since last night when this 1 month pause on the tariff was, reinstituted. Are you surprised that the media is not calling out Trump from a mainstream media standpoint as taking the foot off the gas on the threats or the issuance of tariffs? I haven't checked any of the websites. Maybe they are, but that was one of the thoughts that popped into my head this morning when I saw this on the cut sheet.
Yeah, I mean, I think the media is what they're reporting is all of the, first of all, the stock market, Wall Street jitters, and then locally, at the local level, interviewing jitters.
The stock market's tanking.
No, it rebounded yesterday. It went back up 486 points with the pausing of the tariff.
And so, but reacting to it.
I think we're back. I think we're back to
Yeah.
exactly where it was a couple of days ago. It dropped by what?
It's been on a down. It's been on the downfall since the start of the year.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about the ebbs and flows of this week. Remember, it crashed with 500-600 points.
Yeah,
and then went back up 4.
And
which
we're in the negatives too with the GDP. So it's not
I don't play the stock market.
The economic news is not great.
But you asked about specifically, so locally right now in our area, there are everybody from clothing company, everybody's saying, we're already getting word from down the supply chain, everybody's raising prices. So that's how the media is covering it locally. There was a tuxedo shop, because we got, what do we have, prom coming up, graduation, like all of these different things. So that's the local coverage that I see as far as everybody's bracing. Companies are bracing for the tariffs.
It's just amazing to me is when you go back, and I guess it's politics, and this is just the way the nature of the business and the industry is. The Biden administration was talking about the stock market and where it was, and that was the great indicator of how great our economy is. But if you're not playing the stock market, and I don't know what the percentage of Americans,
the majority Americans aren't.
Yeah. So to me, when the stock market, takes a nosedive, first of all, I don't play it, and secondly, I don't think it really affects and impacts those in middle of America. It's more impactful for the really wealthy that have a big investment in the stock market.
No, it also affects 401ks.
Well, that's
what I mean? Like stuff like that. It's not just the people who, as you put it, play the stock market.
Yeah. It's gambling.
Okay, yeah, sure. It's gambling.
You don't think buying and selling stocks and trade?
I guess so,
gambling?
but it's not. It's not like placing a wager on the Birds. +7 against the Chiefs.
That's my type of investment.
Yeah. This morning, here the headlines: Dow futures dropping nearly 400 points the day after stocks staged a massive rebound. White House announces the 1 month delay on the tariffs for automakers. That's what we talked about right at the top of the 7. Macy's mixed results for fourth quarter, so we're learning some of those. But the recovery rally, that's one of the headlines from yesterday.
J.D. Vance also on what Mexico can do to end the tariffs. Roll this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Last time they were paused because they deployed 10,000 troops to the border. What can they do this time to make the tariffs go away?
Well, what the president has said is we need a sustained commitment from the government of Mexico to take the job of border security seriously. Fentanyl is the single largest cause of death among young Americans, and we know that a substantial portion of it is, the precursors are made in China. They come to Mexico, they're manufactured in Mexico and brought across the border by the Mexican drug cartels. We want to see fewer Americans dying of these terrible fentanyl overdoses when we're going to apply as much leverage as possible to the Mexican government as possible. In some ways, look, The president obviously cares deeply about the American people. He serves the American people first. I actually think he's doing a huge favor to the people of Mexico, because if they don't get control of these cartels, the people of Mexico are going to wake up in a narco state where the cartels have more power than their own government. President Trump is trying to help. The Mexican government needs to take this issue of immigration enforcement seriously.
So 3 things on that front with that clip. Number one, it's disgraceful that our media does not spend more time covering the fentanyl crisis in this country with people that die and why it happens. Secondly, when it comes to Mexico, I gave these numbers earlier in the show, I think around 640 or so. 35% of Mexico's GDP is exports to the United States, where conversely, 1.2% of America's gross domestic product is exports to Mexico. So that is not even apples to apples at all. But I would just say this in general with, when you think about what our country is and all the power and talent and resources we have, when we talk about the implementation of tariffs, and we had that conversation earlier about, convenience versus being a consumer society versus being a production society. We have natural resources. We have all the people you can imagine. We have smart people. We have innovators out there. We have leaders. We have enough in this country collectively from top to bottom to be a self-sufficient nation. When you compare the United States to countless other nations, there are many nations that are just dependent and rely on us or other nations. We don't have to be that way. For some reason, we chose to be that way. And that we need to reverse that. And I think that's a big part of what Trump is about. But it takes more than 4 years. It's not going to happen with one term.
Because we all opted for cheap and convenient.
Yes, you're right.
That's it.
You're right.
There's no other explanation for it. I don't disagree with you that I want to see more things made in the United States. I absolutely do. I just don't think it's practical.
So is the blame more on us, the citizen, or the corporations that have outsourced?
Both.
Because I understand from a corporation standpoint where, hey, if I can get somebody to work, I don't know a business owner out there that would not take somebody or some service or product on the cheap versus the more expensive one to increase their profits and bottom line, right?
Yeah.
Can you really blame the corporations? I know there's a lot of people that hate big corporations and their greed and whether or not they pay taxes, but
it's the same thing about business owners that hire illegal immigrants because it's cheaper. Yep. You know what I mean? We talk all the time about these people that are here illegally in these sanctuary cities that are holding them. What about the businesses that are employing them because they can pay somebody $10 an hour instead of another person $25 an hour?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when are the businesses going to be held accountable for this too?
Yep.
The mayor should be. I'm not saying they shouldn't be, but these business owners that undercut, American-made or American companies by hiring a bunch of people under the table and paying them $100 a month. When are they going to be held accountable?
Yep, you're right.
Sorry. Steve Ducey yesterday, Peter Ducey, sorry. This is Got 26. We had this discussion because you two were outraged that Zelensky didn't wear a suit.
I wasn't outraged.
Oh, I was. I am.
Yeah.
And I said I'm not a suit guy. You know that.
Yeah.
I'm a sweatshirt guy. I'm more Fetterman than I am Trump as far as dress code.
To the Deuce man's credit, he pushed back a little bit on Caroline Leavitt. Like, what's the dress code? Because Elon Musk can apparently show up in whatever he wants to. Roll it.
We know that some officials here were miffed that Zelensky showed up last week without a suit for his meeting in the Oval Office. But Elon Musk never wears a suit in
He
there.
did last night.
So what is the dress code?
Well, Elon Musk wore a suit last night. I'm sure you saw it.
Was he spooked by the Zelensky getting kicked out?
No, I don't think so. I'm just pointing out that he did wear a suit last night, and I think the president liked that very much, and he looked great. Speaking.
Now, I
Didn't answer the question.
I certainly have ripped Elon for looking like a schlub, but Elon Musk, when you're the wealthiest man on the planet, you can kind of do what you want, right? He doesn't really have to answer, in theory, to anybody short of Trump while he's in this Doge role. That being said, Elon Musk is not the one asking for handouts. So to me, if you're alive today and your nation is still somewhat in the fight because of America and our funding whether it's money or weapons, the least you can do, and you heard Trump in that clip last Friday when Zelensky got out of his vehicle. He's like, oh, you dressed up today. That was him dressing up. That's like me wearing a golf polo. That's me dressing up versus the hooded sweatshirt in the cold weather season. But, dude, eventually, can you put on a suit? Seriously.
I mean, when during World War II, Winston Churchill famously did not wear a suit until the war was over.
If I was
That's
hosting,
all. I'm not sitting here defending Zelensky. Trust me, I'm far from that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that is allegedly what Zelensky is doing. He's
I don't
not
know.
going to wear a suit until.
His poll numbers are apparently down in his country. Americans.
According to who?
According to whatever that poll from Reuters was that cited that he's not polling well. I don't know.
Yeah, the poll. Greg.
So
No, I'm just saying,
he's not polling well according to whatever poll was conducted where Ukrainians feel about his leadership with the war. We've seen Americans with the polling from Harry Enton on CNN that Americans have gone from 74% support for Ukraine to 46% support. So when you're starting to lose favor in the public eye, foreign and abroad, or domestically and abroad, maybe you do something to I mean, if I was on the ropes at Odyssey Philadelphia and I started to get the sense that, man, I don't think people around here like me, I might not be around much longer. Maybe it would come into my mind, maybe I should change the way I dress, and maybe that will give me a better chance of achieving my end goal. You show up looking like Oscar the Grouch out of a dumpster for $150 billion after we've already given you countless billions of dollars. I don't know. Read the room, homie.
Read the room, homie. That's a great point.
That's just my stance. But what do I know?
By the way, if you don't think Josh Shapiro is already campaigning for 28, the Inquirer, there he is, and he says, Governor Josh Shapiro says Trump's tariff plan makes no sense.
Oh, he's definitely
He's
going
all
for
over,
it.
right?
He probably believes deep down inside that he's the front runner. And he could very well be the front runner. Yeah.
We should break and then come back and do more.
Yes. And if Josh from Abington ever wants to call the show, he can call
He
it.
does want to call the show. There's no way.
Yeah,
I've made over because I know him. I know people that know him. I made overtures and
no interest, huh? Well, Dawn's besties with him. Dawn can get him on the Dawn show.
I'm not a bestie.
Let's just say that.
I know
Let's
you
just
guys
say
are
that some of my texts and emails have not been returned.
Oh,
that's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Directly to him?
It's fine. I don't like.
So you have Shapiro's phone number, is what you're saying?
I don't want any.
No answer. Look at that. He's like Eric Adams. He just.
I'll Google it.
855-839-1210. We'll come back, continue with more cuts. We've got another story or two that we're going to get to later in the show that I think you will like. And that is courtesy of Elon Musk in conflict of what the Biden administration has done with some of the NASA astronauts.
And can we get to the fact that the conservatives have turned on Amy Coney Barrett?
Oh, I know. Persona non grata, her and John Roberts. Huh?
I heard one social media person call her a DEI hire.
Wow. Yeah, I guess they come in all shapes and sizes. Kayal and Company as we continue, but first a word from our friends at Natural Lawn of America. When choosing a lawn care service, I think it makes sense to hire a company that provides the best results, but also is safe for your family and your pets. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America to be my lawn care company, because at Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products that will keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and your pets. But don't just take my word for it. Join the growing number of homeowners that are switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying that beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding on an annual basis, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
You know, keeping your home warm, efficient, and safe in winter, springtime, all year round, really, it's paramount. And that's why I have my guys at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They got us winter ready. As I've shared with you, replaced the water heaters when they blew out. That unfortunately happened over the holiday seasons. And now they're coming back actually next week. So we'll do a spring tune-up, among other things. Marvin E. Cans, they're great people, local, third generation owned. and military veteran founded company. Take my advice. Call my guys, Marvin E. Cans. Get your furnace checked out for winter, for spring, moving forward. Listen, if they feel that your unit actually needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest, fair assessment, and especially at a good price, and install that high-efficiency Train furnace. I've received word from some of you. You said, Dawn, that's exactly what I did, and you're thrilled about it, and I always love the feedback. Make sure that you let me know. But it's hard to stop a train, as they say, Trane. Great system. Contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans, Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into crash-proof retirement for better growth and protection. With the crash-proof retirement system, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have crash-proof retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Looking back over my shoulder, I can see that look in your eye.
8 o'clock hour. Coming to a close here on a Thursday morning of Kayal and Company, presented by Wawa, where you can get the meal deal that you really want. Wawa's $5 big breakfast deal will get you any sizzly breakfast sandwich. I prefer the sausage. Any size hot or iced coffee, I go iced, and a hash brown. Love them for just $5. Mornings made easy because you got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210. We'll continue to weave in some clips from Stalker on the cut sheet. But let's get to the story that we have been waiting to get to for a little bit here, and that is SCOTUS yesterday denying Trump and the Trump administration their request to cancel $2 billion in foreign aid. As you know, Trump has a Supreme Court conservative majority, but they ruled yesterday in a 5-4 emergency ruling on Wednesday as they refused to halt a judge's decision ordering the Trump administration to immediately release nearly $2 billion in foreign aid payments owed under existing contracts. This all comes back to U.S. AID, and Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett joined with the court's 3 liberal justices to side against the administration. 4 of the court's conservatives, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, Neil Gorsuch, and Brett Kavanaugh, dissented. And you can read the story. I've got this version from the New York Post. And I know there's a lot of people that are ticked off at Amy Coney Barrett, and I get it. I disagree with this ruling as well. I've made it crystal clear. I want no foreign aid to any of these nations. I want America taken care of first and foremost. And I found it very amazing on 2 fronts. Number one, that the Democrats are sitting there and celebrating this. It's kind of amazing that you would sit there and cheer on rah, 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 that we will continue on with wasting tax dollars on absurd things. That just goes to show you how disconnected from reality, because I believe USAID falling under Doge Discovery type things, most Americans are on board with this. I gave you the numbers from CBS and YouGov. It was somewhere in the high 60s to mid to high 70s of Americans, percentage-wise, that agree with all of this. So Democrats look really stupid because you're going to continue endorsing the wasting of taxpayer funds for things that have nothing to do with Americans in this country. Trying to turn mice into transgendered mice. You're on board with that? You're pumping your fist. Way to go. Ha ha, Trump, you lost. All right, you kind of seem foolish to me. But I also think it's foolish just to assume, and Stalker, you mentioned somebody on social media that was saying that Amy Coney Barrett is basically a DEI hire. Obviously, she's a Trump appointee. This notion that a Supreme Court justice at the highest court in the land
was John Roberts a DEI hire? Because he voted, right? He was with her, right?
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
Why are they not asking about John Roberts?
I don't know. Maybe they think she's just because she's a female.
Mm-hmm.
Just because Trump appoints you to the Supreme Court and you're on the bench, in no way, shape, or form guarantees that justice is going to rule in Trump's favor on his behalf 100% of the time, 24/7. You are fooling yourself if you think that that's a certainty. It's nice to have your hand-picked justices. When you have the House, you have the Senate, you're Trump, you're in the White House, and you have a conservative majority on the Supreme Court. You have everything in your favor, but it's not a mathematical certainty. So, we can sit here and she can go against Trump and rule in favor and agree with the lower judge that halted this, and we can go through the minutia of all the legalese, which is a lot of it's way over my head, a lot of it's over everybody's head, but I'm not going to sit here and I'm not vilifying whoever calls her a DEI hire. If you want to go down that road, that's fine. But I'm also not of the belief that every conservative Supreme Court justice is just unanimously going to see it the way Trump sees it or the way Nick Kayal sees it. And I'm not happy about this. You know where I stand on foreign aid. But I'm not sure if you have any reaction to this, Dawn, because, we can have these, and these are bright people. I mean, maybe Ketanji Brown Jackson's not that bright. She doesn't know she can't describe what a biological female is. It's really hard. And that's where the political slants, I think, really taint a justice, because you're so hell-bent on this 14 gender thing, and a woman could be anything a man tries to claim that a woman can be, and all that nonsense. But your thoughts on this yesterday? Are you ticked at Barrett, or do you think that this is something that's just going to be a lot of people are bringing up the Biden administration with the student loans. Remember, the Supreme Court ruled against Joe, and Joe was basically like, I'm going to get around it one way or the other. So what do you think about this?
I would say that I loved, I'm a big fan, if I'm going to say, of Justice Sam Alito. He's, I think, one of, if not the most conservative. And so and he wrote this like scathing, just this long, he went on and on about this. He was clearly a little triggered by this and surprised that, but so he wrote this, he said it was an unfortunate misstep, and he questioned how this one justice, district court level federal judge, could have an unchecked power. And so he's defending the executive branch, obviously. So he was joined in this by Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh. So those four are the conservatives who said that this executive order should stand. On the other side, though, you've got the Chief Justice, John Roberts. So my question is, with John Roberts, did he then influence the sort of freshman, the younger, Amy Coney Barrett? And so are those two, they have an alliance. That's interesting to me because I love watching that. But in other words, you had Chief Justice John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett. They both went with the liberal minority.
And maybe I'm not.
Now, let me just say one thing. They wanted clarification from that lower court judge, Judge Ali. And I believe there's a hearing that's to take place. It might be beginning right now, but that's going to happen today.
Yeah. Unless I've read this incorrectly, but I think I saw this correctly yesterday. It was Time Magazine that had a layout on this. when USAID was created as an agency, it was via executive order under JFK. If that is true, and I believe I read that correctly, can't Trump eliminate USAID as an agency altogether via executive order? I don't have the answer to that question. I'm almost certain that JFK created it via executive order, similarly to how Jimmy Carter created the Department of Education via executive action. So can't you just counter that? I don't know the answer. Maybe I need a legal scholar, a Jonathan Turley on here. I don't know, but that was a thought that was running through my head when I read that last night. So
I mean,
if anybody knows that answer, please let me know.
Here's the thing I'm going to say about this whole situation, because I know in the headlines people see this, and then the headlines today, oh, the MAGA world, they're all mad at Amy Coney Barrett. She's DEI, blah, blah, blah. So I will say this. What's going to happen today is they go back to court, to that D.C. District Court, which is still a federal judge, Ali, and they have to now clarify. So they need evidence. Because the argument here is that there are some of these USAID funds that go to help emergency aid. And so now what the Supreme Court has said is that the judge, in the case Judge Ali, he needs to go back and they need to look through, basically hash this out and clarify everything. So that's what they're doing today. Mm-hmm. So this is not a blanket situation.
No.
It's right. It's and I just want to. I mean, I know you know that. I'm not saying it for us here.
And this is not.
We all live and breathe this stuff.
This is not all set in stone and done yet either. Yeah.
So, but I mean, you have to understand. Like, we 24/7, we're texting each other and group emails, and we live and breathe this stuff. And so sometimes I feel like I just want to review for those of you just joining us, and maybe you're busy in your life. And I hope that's why you tune into us, so that we can just kind of give you the headlines so you know what's going on. But so basically what this is, it's not a blanket situation. It's where they're going to go back to court and they have to hash it over and go through and clarify and basically prove that, because they're saying this is an emergency, that there's medication, that sort of thing, right?
Yep. 9 o'clock hour is in full swing. It's brought to you by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, if you hear a squeal or a grinding noise, well, don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. Stalker, I believe we have some leftovers.
Of course we do. I think you have this. This is cut 25, Phil. Stranded NASA astronauts confirmed to the Washington Post that Elon Musk's offer to bring them home was denied by the Biden White House. There's been a lot of back and forth about this. 9 months into what was supposed to be just an 8-day trip to the International Space Station, 2 stranded NASA astronauts are finally scheduled to return to Earth in just a couple of weeks, but it could have happened a lot sooner if the White House had accepted help from Elon Musk. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams launched on the first crewed flight on a Boeing Starliner spacecraft on June 5th, 2024, because of some thruster issue and helium leaks, though things didn't go as planned. On February 20th, Musk posted on X that his company SpaceX could have brought Wilmore and Williams home months ago when Joe Biden was still in office. There's been a lot back and forth about this, about how, if this was true or not. These astronauts did an interview with the Washington Post, and this is how it sounded.
Our next question is from Aaron Gregg with the Washington Post.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for doing this. So my question relates to Elon Musk has said that he made the offer to bring you guys back earlier and that it was denied. My first question is that true? And if so, what would that have looked like? Was he offering to make another flight, push seats on another flight? Could you give us some background there?
What's up with that chick's hair?
It's space, Nick.
Like she was elected.
I can only
about
say that Mr. Musk, what he says is absolutely factual. We have no information on that, though, whatsoever. What was offered, what was not offered, who it was offered to, how that process went. That's information that we simply don't have. So I believe him. I don't know all those details, and I don't think any of us really can give you the answer that you would be hoping for.
So he believes that Musk, but he can't confirm it. Musk wrote on X, I offered this directly to the Biden administration, and, quote, they refused. Return was pushed back for political reasons.
Because at that point he was
with the Trump team.
He was an avid Trump.
Yeah. Which is really disgraceful and sad. I mean, we're talking about people's lives. I'm not going to compare this to the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, but it's, kind of generally in that, leaving you left out the hanging the dry, deserted, umbrella, so to speak. Now, I'm assuming they're not overly petrified because they're not afraid to go into space at all. But when you're told 8 days and it turns into 9 months, your hair ends up looking like that lady's on the right.
I know.
Poor lady. What do they call that, Dawn? Frizz? Static? What is that?
Frizz. She's got some roots going on.
Does herbal essences or Vidal Sassoon fix that in space or no?
You gotta,
My man on the left's hair looked fine, though. He didn't have a frizz
got that
problem.
long hair.
Yeah.
I don't know. You got to bring your hair products into space.
Honestly, and I don't know, do we have any space cadets out there? How do you survive for 9 months out there if you were only planning for 8 days?
You got to bring extra hair products and makeup.
Oh, forget that. What have they been eating? What have they been drinking?
Well, that's just speaking of Suni, the lady, and so they were concerned because she has lost. If you look at the pictures of all of them,
She doesn't look good.
But especially, she's really lost weight.
And I'm not even talking about the hair. Yeah, to your point.
No, she didn't, and I don't think she needed to lose weight. Do you know what I'm saying? And so if you look at her before, it's just, she just looks like she's really lost too much weight and looks gaunt and doesn't look well. And I think that was one of the things they were kind of pushing the panic button. But to your point, I don't know. It's like that Mark Wahlberg. It wasn't Mark. Who was the movie with not Wahlberg?
The Abyss?
He grew the potatoes in space. Oh my God, and I love that movie too.
Potatoes in space.
Yeah, he grew the. Oh my God.
Jimmy Kelly will know it. He'll text us in about 9 seconds.
Matt Damon.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Interstellar.
I think so. It was such a good movie.
So these pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas protesters were arrested by NYPD at the Bernard University after storming the building and refusing to leave. Did you guys see this?
I did not, but this is, I'm assuming, kind of what we saw in the fall of 2023 again?
Yeah, exactly. All over again. Roll some of this video there, Phil. I don't know if there's any cursing on this, but so get on over to YouTube if you want to see this video, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. You can see these people with
riot shields.
Yeah, they're dressed up as Palestinians and
Look at this.
Lord, look at this. Look at this nonsense.
Immediate first question is always, are these professional protesters like we uncovered, or are these actual students?
Bring out the fire hoses.
Yep.
They've got their hands all over these police officers. They're shoving the officers.
Yep.
I thought it was.
By the way, what does it cost?
Illegal.
What does it cost to go to Bernard College? Just asking for a friend.
Sounds like a private school.
Yeah.
Look at this. I didn't know that this was still a thing.
We haven't seen it in a
No,
while.
we
That's
haven't.
why I
And the
pulled it
media
because I
is
was
not covering it.
That's why I pulled it because I was like, we haven't seen this with their hijabs on and
Liberal arts college.
Is ridiculous. By the way, you know that these are all Americans. They're just they just have the solidarity, showing solidarity.
It's if I've
lock them all up and deport them.
If I've got the right school here, Bernard College, officially titled as Bernard College Columbia University, is a private women's liberal arts college.
Yep.
Oh, I wonder if those women know how they're treated, how women are treated in the Middle East. Forget LGBTQ rights.
Yeah.
Just female rights in general.
Yeah.
You want to fight for that? All right, I'm gonna drop you off on the Gaza Strip. I'll be back. I'll tell you, I'll be back in 8 days, but I'll leave you for 9 months.
By the way, if any of these people who are shoving these cops and doing this are on some kind of a school visa, they should be deported immediately.
1,000%
Get
agree.
out.
I wholeheartedly agree with you.
By the way,
yeah.
it was the movie, so it was based on the true story of astronaut Mark Watney, who grew potatoes in space.
Okay.
It was The Martian.
The Martian.
2015 movie with Matt Damon.
Okay.
By the way, Road Warrior checked in on the YouTube chat, says, my daughter graduated from there last year. It's Columbia.
So it's just kind of like a separate little branch or
Satellite.
building. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Road Warrior's got a little dough, huh?
Cut 3 here. Cut 3 here. I want to see what you guys think of this. This Florida woman was sentenced to 1 year in prison for killing her terminally ill husband because apparently she said it's what he wanted.
Look, I'm going to give my wife the go-ahead if I get to that point.
But that's let me just say this. That's selfish of you because she's going to get in trouble for it. Right?
Well, I'll call Kevorkian then. What do you want?
Smart,
He's dead.
Just if you're smart, don't get caught.
My wife watches Investigative Discovery. She'll get off scot-free.
This is the local Channel 10 report from this in Florida. Roll this.
Ellen Galland was escorted out of the courtroom in handcuffs after she pleaded no contest for the death of her husband. Back in 2023, officers say that she shot her husband at a Daytona Beach hospital while he was being treated. She says it was what he wanted.
I pulled it away and asked him if he was sure. He raised his hand and placed it on my arm and pushed the gun to his head.
And said, "Give it to me, babe."
Now the judge did accept part of Galland's testimony, but ultimately sentenced her because of the trauma that the police and hospital staff suffered following the shooting.
No, I don't know if I'm on my terminally ill deathbed if I want my wife to blow my brains out. But if there's a more convenient, less painful way to wipe me out so I don't have to be in pain anymore.
Smother him.
Yeah, smother me. Well, that's also painful. I don't know.
Is it?
Give me a whole bottle of pills and a thing of Tito's, and I'll just pound it all and call it a day.
Call it a day.
But
I'm not living like that. I don't believe in.
I agree with you.
Quantity
I agree, yes.
give me quality over
100%.
quantity every day.
I'm 100% on board with that.
You know, if
Can I just
go ahead, Don.
Here's a thing for
Yeah.
the hospital staff. What they say happened is that she went in the hospital room. She closed the door, locked the door, barricaded the door. But they were trying to get in, and she said she would shoot anybody who would come in, and she had a loaded gun. So there's a little more to it.
Sure.
She wasn't giving him some potion that he's drinking and nobody knows, and it's quiet. This was loud and messy, and there were threats.
Yeah.
To the hospital staff as they were freaking out.
Yeah.
And the nurses and doctors,
sure.
right?
Other people's lives.
And they said to her they all testified that she threatened to shoot them.
Yeah. I mean, a little
Can't do
different.
that.
Yeah, you can't do that. And obviously the setting matters. Now, if she would have just done this, if he was at home, terminally ill, at his bedside or whatever, then it's different stuff for sure.
Yeah, that's what's weird. If he's terminally ill, then why not say he's going to come home and do hospice?
I was just going to say, why is he not in a hospice facility
right?
to begin
And,
with?
Well, just come home. Come home.
Is there more to the story?
Right, and that's what I'm wondering if there is, because it's being the headlines are, oh, this poor woman and it's a mercy killing.
Maybe
it's
maybe this old battle axe was planning on something.
She found out he voted for Trump.
I don't know what's going on, but
Nick, it's Florida. Didn't you pay attention to the story?
as part of the 1-year sentence, she has to write letters of apology to all the staffers, the nurses, the doctors, the custodians, everybody there that she threatened to shoot.
Yeah.
Yep. These poor people.
Let's put a poll question up. I want to get both of your opinions on
I
this.
love a good poll.
Poll question on up. Would you try a Philly cheesesteak milkshake?
No.
Yes, I'll try anything once.
This is courtesy of Mark Light Shake. Never heard of them, but they're getting some publicity here. This is cut 22. This is how you make. Watch this video, Phil. Would you try a Philly cheesesteak shake? You can see it on YouTube. How they make this, Nick? If you wanted to describe this, and let me know if you guys would try this. Roll.
Oh, here we go. Of course. Rock. So there's ice cream. There's beef. There's cheese. There's bread.
Wow, they're putting bread in there and everything.
Okay.
They put the cheesesteak. See, they make a little cheesesteak.
Yeah. It's like a little wedge.
Yep. And they
finger style.
Put it in the milkshake.
Okay. All right, so they've made the milkshake, and then you kind of get like a little bite with the little piece there.
They don't blend it all together.
Well, they do, because if go back,
Yeah.
we don't have to play the
If you use all
theme
the
song again.
Yeah, just play it without.
But
the
they
sound.
put a little bit. See, Dawn. If you notice, they have
yes.
the
There's the whiz.
the ice cream, and then they have the chip beef.
Yep.
and then the whiz.
See, I would
put it in there.
I would go bread, cheese, beef, onions, and I call it a day there. I wouldn't go with the cherry peppers or anything hot. But I wouldn't put the ice cream in there. I would just stick it in the ice cream blender and blend it down to milkshake consistency without milk or dairy other than the cheese.
Play the video again, Phil, if you can, just so the people who
Would you drink a liquefied cheesesteak? I would.
There you go. So they put the custard in.
I'd have to try it.
And then a little bit more sugar.
Now look at that. Is that syrup?
Yeah.
What is this, a Starbucks?
Yeah, that's a lot of.
Yeah.
Well, that's a lot of calories.
Now, see, I don't like the ice cream being mixed in.
I like the salty and sweet nature of this, though.
You do?
You know? Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a buddy who likes hot, sweet and sweaty wings with a little combination of the sweet plus the
Sweet
heat.
and sweaty.
Yeah. I'm not a mixture of sweet, spicy, salty, sour. I like my S's separated.
Just so you guys know, the YouTube vote is completely lopsided. Which way do you think is lopsided?
I think they're going to say no.
Yeah, it's like 96% no.
Yeah,
that's all right. I'll be out. I'll be the lone wolf.
96 to 4.
I agree.
This is local.
This is,
or is this some place in Chicago that's trying to do it?
No. Mark's Light Shake. I don't know what Mark's Light. Here, let's look them
up. All right, one of our 14 producers. Let's track down this place and I don't know. See if we get a. I don't know how the sales thing works, but I'd like to try it. I'd like to sample it. A food drop, maybe they want to advertise. I don't know.
Today's Oreo cookie day.
Oh, it's so.
So, what would you rather have, an Oreo cookie milkshake or this?
Yeah, I'll take a Blizzard all day.
It's sold at the University of Miami Hurricanes baseball games.
Yeah, see, I knew it had to be an out of state.
Yeah,
dope.
Yeah.
It's blasphemy.
I know.
It's sold during baseball games.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to drink that in Florida with that heat. Sitting at a baseball game,
University of Miami.
Get a little nauseous. No.
Now's their baseball team in the University of Miami.
I'll see if I can bet on them this weekend too.
Let's see. I'm looking at yeah. It's still 95 to 5. No, 95%. I mean, 95% to 5.
Yeah, I'm out on the ice cream itself. The rest of it, I would try.
Yeah.
And all it is just a liquefied cheesesteak. You know, dinner time, you want to sip it. You go like a cheesesteak smoothie.
BPO says 14 producers, but Dawn always gets the answer first. That's a good point.
She's in there Googling.
She's Googling.
What does Eric Adams say?
What did I Google?
She Googled.
Google.
What did I get? What was the answer?
The answer was, I found it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mark Light Shakes is sold at the
I didn't have it.
University of Miami.
Yeah.
I just said it was I just knew it was Oreo cookie day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big Oreo fan, by the way. The double stuff are amazing. My brother-in-law is into the triple stuff now. I'm like, dude, you're going to be dead soon. Like, do you really need the triple stuff or the mega stuff? What kind of a glutton are you? Like, the double's not good enough. The double's perfect. Why do we have to keep going bigger?
By the way, we have 1 second here. Let me just play this. This is cut 7. I'm literally going because we had so many cuts yesterday that I'm just kind of going through some of the stuff.
Yeah, can we get back to Trump? It's been a while since we talked about Trump.
No, this is the AP report on Dawn reported this last week, I think. The bulletproof glasses glass and SEPTA. They demonstrated it. The AP. Did you guys see this?
Mm-hmm.
Let's roll this video.
This is Bucks County.
Yeah, Phil, if you want to roll this video. Look at that.
Oh my. Oh. The dummy took one.
Yeah.
Now, is this supposed to be completely bulletproof?
Bullet resistant.
Oh.
But it did hit.
It did get through.
Yeah, it looks like one of them did.
Yeah.
Just scary.
16 times. 8 times at the 45, 8 times at the 9mm, stacked on top of each other. And look at the right shoulder, and you'll see the projectile from the 45 that didn't even penetrate the driver. So while it's not ideal, and we can always increase the threat levels, right, if we want to, all the way up to rifle threats. We have a wide range of ballistic products. This is our lightest weight product that we have that we're showing you here today, and we wanted to show you, kind of push it to its very limit, right? So that's what you saw, and we had, one less than lethal passer. So as you walk through here, right behind the right shoulder, you'll see that bullet hitting there, and I can say now that I see that, you asked me that question earlier, this driver would be alive and well, right? In a lot of cases, probably uninjured.
There you go.
So the video, courtesy of the Associated Press, you saw some of the local media there, 6ABC, but I love the headline and the title from whoever clipped that. It says, Philadelphia has become an S-hole. I mean, honestly, we're at the – and Dawn, great job on the reporting and stuff, but I mean, we're at the point now where we've got to have our SEPTA drivers behind those panels. It's a sad state of affairs.
It is. What they did, and this was after the latest, shooting of a bus driver, beloved bus driver who was a military veteran, lived in Abington, actually. And remember, he was gunned down. And I believe it was by a woman. Remember that story?
Yeah.
But in any event, so this is a company that provides this. This is the bullet resistant. They're creating with new SEPTA buses this cockpit, the idea of a cockpit where these bus drivers who don't feel safe, and that's why they're having a hiring issue to hire more bus drivers for SEPTA. And so that you see the Bucks County crew out here, that's who's testing it. And to me, all I can say is that's a sad state of affairs, right?
It really
it's
is.
a horrible commentary, and that's the thing that kind of it's like a jab that Boston mayor Wu, who's awful, but she's right. I mean, in Boston, I know it's a smaller city, but she said they had only like 24 homicides or something crazy. So they've done a better job than our city at, resisting this kind of violence that is widespread across the city.
Yeah.
And in this case, to me personally, whenever you talk about Doge, how often do I say this? The fact that our middle school kids and high school kids don't have the yellow school bus service, they ride these buses. There's no bullet resistant window or anything for the kids. And then on top of it, we don't have HVAC. And so some of that Doge money that everybody's like arguing over, or U.S. aid, whatever, let's put our school children first, shall we?
Go ahead.
Our good friend Sarah Weiss writes in and says, have Elon invent cyber SEPTA buses.
Yeah, good idea, Sarah.
Yes. Hello, Sarah, by the way.
Hi, Sarah.
We love you.
I love you, Sarah. Hope you're doing well. We have such profound respect for our military veterans and police. And then you work your way down the firefighters, the EMS. Time to start giving up some admiration and respect for those that drive SEPTA, whether it's the buses or mass transit, things like that. I mean, for what they do, a thankless, profession, and to be, at the point where it's now somewhat justified to have bullet-resistant glass. I mean, these people are just trying to make an honest living, and that's what they got to deal with because scumbags don't know how to act.
Yep. Amen.
Wow. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to a Dawn Stensland Big 3 on the other side, and then all the normal 9 o'clock hour bells and whistles. Our morning mystery movie clip for another set of movie passes in Warrington. Jimmy Kelly has that. Phil Almquist with Today in Music History, and also what's on tap for the Dawn Show. And I believe, Dawn, you mentioned earlier you have an interesting guest coming up early in the show.
Yeah, we definitely do.
All right, we'll hit on that as well. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
I like omelets.
Yeah. Getting wild here on a Thursday morning, 9:28. This segment brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn. Make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Get their free seeding on an annual basis today by choosing Natural Lawn. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. Big story developing as Trump will, in all likelihood, sign an executive order today to abolish the Department of Education, which is fascinating because Linda McMahon was just tabbed to head up the Department of Education.
Hey, you know that job we just confirmed you for? It doesn't exist anymore. So
Yeah, but she knew. I mean, she knew that going in. We're being facetious. I mean, that was the goal.
Yeah, she'll be. If that actually happens, and again, I think it's going to be very difficult. I think the percentage likelihood of the Department of Education going away, as much as I would love to see it happen, because for the last 46 years, we've just kept going backwards with our students despite putting all the money into it since 1979. She'll latch on. I mean, she was first time around Small Business Administration, SBA.
Yep.
So, yeah, she's a smart lady, and I think she'll be fine in some other role if, in fact, that comes to fruition. But what is coming to fruition is a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:30.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And Big 3 at 9, we are sponsored this morning by the Philadelphia Boat Show. So number one in our Big 3, this rash of unusual thefts, these thieves targeting cemeteries across our region. And, it's bad enough to have a gravesite violated. But in this case, what they're going after is the mausoleum doors, which oftentimes contain rare metals. They're very valuable. Some of them, are worth as much as $10,000.
Yeah, you had the story yesterday of the people that were stealing the copper wire.
Yes.
Yeah, so now everybody's going after these valuable materials.
So this is happening across Philadelphia, Delaware, Bucks, Montgomery counties, and they're giving the heads up, really putting the word out. I don't know if these cemeteries, are they going to start having security and that sort of thing, but they're saying that it's Saints Peter and Paul Cemetery, that's in Marple Township, Forest Hill Cemetery, Huntington Valley, North Cedar Hill Cemetery, Philadelphia. I mean, looking across, there's Trevose, Roosevelt Memorial Park, Oakland Cemetery in Philadelphia. So it's really across the region. And I think part of the reason they want to put this out is to say perhaps this is a group that they have a market for this, right? Mm-hmm. And so your cemetery could be next. So
we've gone from vandalizing tombstones to digging up graves to now this. We're going to need, you're right, forget security. We might need video surveillance. We have to throw up some grave cams.
Yeah, and it's weird. I mean, the one police chief out in Marple Township, he gave some details because he was saying that's why they think that this is a group that's targeting this. These doors are very heavy. He's saying they're 200 pounds.
Yeah, well, so's the door here to get out of my studio.
And some of them that were stolen, they were valued up to $30,000.
Wow. Yeah.
So people leave things in there, and then thieves are coming and stealing it, right?
Yes, and some of the doors, yes, but also some of the doors were specially made.
Yeah.
So they're beautiful, they're elaborate, and very heavy. And so they're like this thick, dark wood, and then, you might have some precious metals. But to your point...
I mean, grave robbers are not a new thing. I mean, there was actually a term for it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. People would... steal jewelry that people had on or whatever.
Could you imagine going down, digging somebody up from 6 feet under, busting into a casket to steal somebody's watch?
I mean, desperate,
and there might not even
people,
be a watch. You have no idea.
Yeah,
unless you know the person.
I mean, you've obviously never been on a meth bender at 3 a.m.
Yeah, I've been
that's true.
Been on
desperate
bourbon bender. But...
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Wow. I don't think this is a skinny meth addict. You know what I mean? This is a group that they've got a market. They've already got the customer.
I kid.
I'll tell you what. I don't handle cemeteries well. I don't like going. Nah, I'm not in. Some people are fine. I get the Willie Squidgets when I go to a cemetery, a funeral home.
What?
It's a very uncomfortable feeling.
The Willie Squidgets.
I don't know where I pulled that out. Heard that somewhere in a movie.
So we're talking about thieves. In this case, this has gone viral, the pictures of this, that this thief stole this pair of gorgeous diamond earrings. And as the detectives, this was at a Tiffany's, Tiffany and Company, beautiful diamond earrings that were valued at $770,000. These are some gorgeous diamond earrings. So at this point, the state troopers, they're closing in on this guy. and he knows he's going to get busted. What does he do? Swallows him.
Yeah.
So then they had to get. This is on the floor in the Florida, only Florida.
Right. Florida man.
Right.
You know me. I always like Florida man every day because they're always great Florida.
And
man
then once you
Florida
digest
woman
the earrings and you poop them out, they're only worth $670,000.
Well, they no, they show the diamond earrings because they're so big, the big diamonds, and so they had to X-ray the dude.
Yeah.
And they show him like in his, making his way down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do they have to then? How does that work?
I don't
Because
know.
if he's gonna
You have to follow him around with
wear a diaper,
with a pail, like you do with your dog. When
You give him a laxative, and that thing will be out in 5 minutes.
Wow, can you imagine swallowing? And it's
So these are,
This happened in Florida.
That's what drug dealers do when they're about to get caught. Sometimes they swallow the product, or they or they try to board a flight by jamming it up their rectum, only to get detected through TSA. People do a lot of stupid crap, man. It's just unbelievable.
So this guy, he went into the VIP room at the Tiffany's there. He was saying, "Oh yeah, I'm buying this on behalf of an Orlando Magic basketball player," saying he worked for somebody.
Oh yeah.
And then he did injure the Tiffany's worker when he, during the scuffle over this. But it's gone viral because the guy swallows the earring, and then now I guess they're not going to do surgery. They're just going to wait until he literally.
Now, I mean, if you're selling,
exit
stage left.
Can you imagine how the jewelry rep was hawking that guy as you pull out earrings that are $750,000? 10 years ago, I went in and tried on a Movado watch at Lippman Jewelers, and they were staring at me like I was going to run away with it.
Well, I mean, look at you, of course. They're like,
this guy can't afford a $400 watch. Watch that guy. See that bald guy over there? Keep an eye on him.
He has the same 3 sweatshirts that he rotates every week.
He looks like Fetterman. Watch him. He doesn't look like the watch kind of guy. I'm very much anti-jewelry, by the way. I don't wear a lot of jewelry.
Oh yeah, you don't.
No, just my wedding band. Occasionally a watch, but I've never been a necklace guy. I kind of like the little charm bracelets. I had a little stretch with them. I had a little stretch with the Live
bracelets.
The Live Strong the bracelet. Remember the yellow band?
What
Everybody
was your
had
charm?
those. Yeah, I've got a lot of charm going. Come on, I charm this audience 20 hours a week.
Little feminine, right? With the charm bracelets.
Those little beaded bracelets.
Oh, okay.
A little bit.
Yeah, like the little brown and black ones. You're not into those? No. A nice little touch. No. If you have a nice watch or you're wearing a blazer.
I'll give credit to
I think so.
number 3 for the big. I'm just looking for something. This one in Bucks County this morning, firefighters did rescue several exotic animals, some exotic animals and pets, including, it looks like 2 dogs. Well, it looks like 2 dogs and a cat, some venomous snakes that the firefighters rescued. No humans were injured in the fire this morning, but they were able to save at least the dogs and 1 cat and some venomous snakes out of this burning home. So kudos to our firefighters in Bucks.
Forgot to mention
Bristol
yesterday
Township.
with our veteran spotlight, Gil is 2 rescue dogs and I think 1 rescue cat.
Aww.
Nice.
Yeah.
They're the best. They know you saved them. Philadelphia Boat Show. This is the boat sale of the year. It's back. The Philadelphia Boat Show, March 14th is coming up. March 14th to 16th at the Expo Center out in Oaks. You can top the tri-state dealers ready to deliver saltwater fishing boats, pontoon party boats on a pond. This makes me dream of summer.
Yeah. I'm telling you.
If you get a pontoon, if you go to the boat show and you buy a pontoon, you better invite us.
They've got boats are a bad investment to purchase. But
I have a pontoon boat.
Do you really?
It's my in-laws, but we all share it.
So much fun.
There's some good. You can find some good rates on renting them at certain.
I'd much rather
clubs.
go out. I'd much rather go out on that and fish than like a speedboat or something.
Oh no, yeah, I agree. Yeah, but hanging out on the pontoon boats on a lake,
so much fun.
You get the rafts,
drinking beer,
drinking something.
Ski boats, bass boats, PWCs, and much more. See the PhillyBoatShow.com for details and tickets. PhillyBoatShow.com. That's our big three.
I wanted to do this before we wrapped up for the morning, at least this program. But of course, we continue on live and local all day long because that's how we roll here.
Hey, real quick before we play your clip, can we rip you?
What?
Dan Borowski has just jumped into a random text.
Text
with Dawn, myself, and Stalker. And Dan Borowski says, "Look at Greg judging the charm bracelet when I can almost guarantee he wore a puka shell necklace for 20 years."
Did you have puka beads?
I did have puka beads.
Wow, Borowski nailed that.
Yeah. I mean, that's not a secret. Philly Mag wrote an article about the morning show here many years ago, and they labeled me a surfer with bleach blonde hair with puka shells.
Was that something you acquired when you were at Coastal Carolina?
No, I just liked the puka look.
Oh, okay.
But it's not a charm bracelet. It's not the same thing.
I think it wasn't a charm bracelet. It was just like a bead bracelet.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Dawn.
It's like a beaded.
You can get them on the cheap, or you can spend a pretty penny for a couple of nice ones. You get them engraved with maybe an initial or
But thank you, Dan, for trying to out me. I appreciate that.
But if Philly Mag wants to write about this show, I'm always available for commentary.
Yeah. We spent a lot of time yesterday on DJ Daniel, the 13-year-old kid with brain cancer who had surgeries and he got to meet the president yesterday. This is cut 19. He went into the Oval Office, gave the president a hug, which you can tell the president was a little like, okay, sure, you can hug me.
Mm-hmm.
President doesn't seem like a hugger.
Yeah, no, he's the dominant handshake guy. Yeah. I like that.
Roll this video.
What a good-looking family, huh?
There's one more thing I got for you, a big hug.
Okay, good.
Okay, thanks.
That's very nice.
Do you golf?
Family you got, huh? Yes, sir. Very nice. How are you? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. That was a big evening last night, right? Yes, it was. That was a big evening.
I love the kids still in the secret or the police outfit.
I see DJ Daniel's father dressed up for the occasion.
He's got the cowboy hat on. Now, he did the handshake with Trump, but he gave the second hand on top.
Yep.
Which is you don't see often. Yep. Trump usually gets the best of the handshake.
It's true.
Well, he's seated.
Yeah.
It's because he's seated at the Resolute desk.
And there's the box of Sharpies right next to him. I tell you what,
executive orders.
And I said this in our group chat last night. If we could, I would love to interview that kid.
I mean, he's doing the rounds.
I mean,
if the father.
What a cutie.
If anybody wants to actually be a producer and book a guest and treat it.
We don't.
Back in my day when I produced,
we don't need you to interview. Dawn will interview him.
Oh, okay. Oh, Dawn can have him as well. That's fine.
As brand manager, I think I'd rather have it on the Dawn show.
Or we could do Dawn one day and I get the next day. I know brand managers love when guests show up on two different shows 2 days apart. Yeah, drives all brand managers crazy, folks.
Happens on the show every effing day. Sorry.
What's he talking about? I don't even know what he's talking about.
Here's Dave McCormick. Oh, here's Dave McCormick. Oh, look, here's Dave McCormick.
I think I'm
Scott Pressler. Here's Scott Pressler. Scott Pressler.
I'm the only guy not to interview Dave.
Here's how Senator McCormick happens, though.
Yeah.
Because you try to get him for something, you know what I mean, for a comment on something else, like 2 weeks in advance.
Yep.
And then, so.
He's scheduling out that far.
Here's Scott Perry. Here's Scott Perry. Here's Scott Perry.
When am I going to get Van Drew on the show?
Here's Van Drew. Here's Van Drew. Here's Van Drew. If you didn't hear him at 9, you can hear him at 10, then you can hear him at 11, then you can hear him at 3 o'clock. There you go. That's how we roll here.
What a day.
We have to break.
What a show. Did we do anything? Did we accomplish?
No, not a damn thing.
Just remember, it's daylight saving this weekend.
Oh, God.
The show started off fine. Well, actually, no, it didn't. Stalker blew a gasket at 6:01, and then we got on track, and then we got back off track.
I did, because the board wasn't set up properly.
No, somebody tampered with it.
Tampered your board.
Yeah.
Tampered.
Don't tamper with my buttons.
Yeah. By the way, you have do you notice the clock next to you, Dawn Stemplin?
Yes.
Had that changed for you.
Thank you.
Had that low energy music station. I had that changed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg. I love you.
Stole a clock?
Yeah. No, it had the low energy music station's logo on it, and I'm like, this is our studio.
Yeah.
You don't own it anymore.
Right.
So we need a PHT branding.
Right. Dawn signed an executive order and took that bad boy.
And Dawn's going to talk to us about Piazza.
All right.
All right. talk about Piazza, talk about the time, daylight saving this weekend, remember. Let's talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have the sleekest new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles that are available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships, Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/rain to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty, so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/rain. That's leaffilter.com/rain.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyoutrealestate.com.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Down the stretch we come here on a Thursday. It is Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the program on YouTube if you prefer the visuals. Greg and I don't have anything to offer, but
Speak
Doing a little
for
dance.
Speak for yourself, white boy.
Yeah. Greg was a surfer from South Carolina, and
Hookah beads.
I'm the Fetterman of 1210. Right. Oh, by the way, Jimmy Kelly, a little clue for our morning mystery movie clip, which we are about to play for you. It came out today in 1987. So there's your clue. Best of luck, and let's take it away.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See this key? Bye-bye.
You're crazy!
Now, you can jump if you want to, but you'll be taking me with you, and that makes you a murderer. Okay? Come on, let's go back.
You bastard!
Yeah, you'll be killing a cop. Now,
Yeah, I'll be killing a psycho nut!
Yeah, a psycho, but I'm still a cop. You coming in? Come on, I'm going in.
I'm jumping!
Do you really want to jump? Do you want to? Well, then that's fine with me. Come on, let's jump. Let's
Wait a
do
minute.
it.
What?
I want to do it. I want to do it.
What do you mean?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Well, once again today, a pair of movie passes to see Brothers After War at the Regal Warrington Crossing in Warrington, Pennsylvania, as you have the reuniting of brothers and fellow soldiers revealing the raw truth of war and the journey from warrior to veteran. Don't miss it. Rated R. Caller 12 855-839-1210 if you can identify that movie clip. Right now, it's time for Phil Almquist, and today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 6th, we celebrate the birthdays of David Gilmour from Pink Floyd, Murray Head, and Hugh Grundy from the Zombies, who are all 79 years old. Heavenly birthday shouts to Mary Wilson from the Supremes. We also lost Alvin Lee from 10 Years After in 2013. Six include Antisocial by Anthrax in 89, Worldwide Suicide by Pearl Jam in 2006, and Let It Be by the Beatles in the UK in 1970. Albums include Revelation by Armored Saint in 2000, Just Push Play by Aerosmith in 2001, Medusa by Annie Lennox in 95, Beggar on a Beach of Gold by Mike and the Mechanics on the same day, and Lie, the Love and Terror Cult by Charles Manson in 70. Yes, that Charles Manson. Also in 73, Slade is atop the UK singles chart. In 71, Led Zeppelin played their first show in Dublin, Ireland. In 65, The Temptations were atop the US singles chart. In 82, The Go-Go's were atop the album chart. In 2000, Eric Clapton is inducted into the Rock Hall of Fame. Reminder, pre-sale tickets for his upcoming Philly show go on sale in about 5 minutes. And lastly, another concert announcement. Volbeat is now touring with Hailstorm this summer. They'll be in Camden on August 9th, Holmdel on August 10th, and the show all be at Hershey on August 16th. Today in Music History is sponsored by the Philadelphia Flower Show. Experience worlds of possibility from the ground up at the Philadelphia Flower Show Gardens of Tomorrow. Now through the 9th at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. See imaginative designs, innovative ideas, and endless inspiration. Get your ticket to the future today at phsonline.org. For Kayal Company, I'm Philip.
All right, Philip, great work as always. We're going to find out what Dawn has lined up in a moment, but now we have our winner, and I believe it's the man who wore Crocs and pajama pants the last time he was out in public. Kevin in Bucks County. Go ahead, pal. What do you got?
Good morning. First of all, leisure wear and one sandals, and I always wear them year-round. That movie would be the original Donner with Lethal Weapon.
Yes, that is correct.
Just Kevin, just real quick. How many times have you won this game?
I don't know. It started with Dom back in years ago, and then I've a lot of times I've won. I've actually paid them forward or given them to somebody else, like that I couldn't attend.
Awesome.
What a charitable man.
I'd reach out to the venue and say, look, hey, I can't go. Like the Brian Regan tickets, whichever. Because I hate to see them go to waste.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Right?
All right.
So Chris Forsyth, he got Paranormal, the Paracon, so we're going together on Saturday.
Kayal and Company, where you form lasting friendships.
Yes. And if we keep him on the line any longer, this will be Kevin and Company.
Gary Stam, we went to Sarah's, inauguration party. I was there in the snow with my shoes.
You were there.
He's just throwing out every YouTuber.
So Kevin is either a charitable guy, he just wants to flex his movie knowledge, or he's what we call in the industry a radio prize pick. He's one of the three, and I don't have the time to figure it out. Because Dawn is coming up shortly, and we find out what she has lined up.
Yeah, we love you, Kev. We have a lot developing this hour. Of course, there's never a dull moment. So we'll update you on everything that's happening, including we've talked about DJ Daniels, his dad speaking out about Rachel Maddow, kind of giving it back to her. You want to hear about that. And the stock market, the tariffs. We have a lot of updates coming up at 10:30. You're going to hear about the local case from the local mom who's standing up for her daughter who came in second place against a biological boy. So it's a case that combines Quakertown, combines a school district in Montgomery County, but affects all of us. Will this case end up going back to court, up to SCOTUS? It's a huge case happening, so we'll have that for you. And then coming up at 11, a local police chief telling us about crime in the suburbs. So much happening. Stay right there.
All right. Rachel Maddow against DJ Daniels' dad. I'm with DJ Daniels' dad on this one. Let's just say that. All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. Dawn is up next. It's a fairish Friday tomorrow, and we'll see you at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy